should see the wonder in his eyes. He stands by the fence, an airport spy. Sometimes up on his tippy toes, trying to take it all in. I'm sure tomorrow he will be back again. He'll be a natural flyer, knows every aircraft by name. Instead of his homework, he's up in his room drawing planes. I think he knows he's a little boy, but he carries a man-sized dream. He longs for the day and his chance in a flying machine. Sweet dreams his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they whisper goodnight. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. Under the covers, he reads tonight.
Stall is created by exceeding the critical angle of attack. When this occurs, the smooth flow of air over the wing is lost, drag increases, and lift is depleted.
After school, he's out there every day, dreaming about his future while the other kids play. He knows what he wants to be. His mind is set so strong. He knows in his heart the sky is where he belongs. Sweet dreams his mom and daddy say. He climbs into bed, they turn off the light. His flashlight is new, he's on chapter 2 of Jaeger. Under the covers, he dreams tonight. Hi son, what's your name?
Matthew.
Matthew, I see you out here all the time, and hey, I'm going flying tomorrow. You think you'd like to come along?
You mean it, mister?
You bet. Hey, why don't you check with your folks, make sure it's okay, and I'll see you out here tomorrow, okay?
Awesome.
In his eyes, in his eyes,
Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. It's not only the Sun and Fun's 50th annual, it is our 30th annual.
Happy
That's
birthday
right. I've
to
been doing
you.
it. Happy birthday to us. This is Chats from the Deck Live. We do this every year. I bring a bunch of my friends together to come out and annoy you people listening to us. We think we're doing a good thing. But
We're doing a great thing.
You know, people say, you're really annoying, Dave. And mission accomplished. I'm Dave Shellbitter. I am chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. I've done this from the beginning. 30 years I've been running the radio station. Started out with 2 microphones and a mixer and a cassette player, and now we are up to what we have here. We have our TARDIS that we're broadcasting from, and I love that. I'm a Doctor Who fan, so, you know, Derek and Marcus made the comment to me that we're calling it the TARDIS, and they looked at me like, you probably don't know what that is. So I had to send him pictures of my Exterminate coffee mug and my TARDIS on my bookshelf, and I had a little Daleks and everything else. Yeah, I don't know what Doctor Who is, so I don't understand TARDIS. But if you don't understand TARDIS, it's time and relative dimension in space. It is Doctor Who's time travel machine, and they said that the little thing on top here looks like a TARDIS. So
Doctor Who has got to be one of the longest running shows on BBC. So if you haven't seen it, yeah, you're missing out.
I'm sorry,
cool
but
sci-fi.
they're scripting geniuses, because if their ratings start to fail, they kill off the Doctor, they bring in a new Doctor, and it's a whole new show with all new writers and everything else, but it's still Doctor Who. So, anyways, Doctor Who, we don't have any time travel. We have sun and fun going on, and today is our 5th day of our 6th-day event. Can't believe every year I say the same thing. I can't believe it's wrapping up so quick. The voice you just heard is my co-chairman of Live Air, Mr. Jack Mason, or
morning,
should
Dave.
I say Mr. Audrey Mason.
Mr. Audrey Mason.
Mr.
Good morning,
Audrey
Dave.
Mason.
Good morning, Son of Fun Dave. For many years, we've just done the course audio and the radio, and everybody's done the description, or I'm sorry, you've done the description of your hat.
My
so
hat.
this is the first year
The
that
hat.
everybody gets to see the hats and the very,
That's
you know,
right.
unique collection of pins over the years. So you are celebrating 45 years with Sun and Fun.
Which my 45-year pin was presented to me the other day, and I haven't actually made the time to put it on my hat yet, but I got my 45-year volunteer certificate and my 45-year pin, and so yeah, all of the pins. Actually, the cool thing about this hat is every one of these pins, with the exception of, actually I've always said 1, but it's actually 3. My Dyke Delta pin I've had for years. John and Jenny Dyke were friends. I've known them since I was a kid. Of course, Fifanella, the 99 or the Wasp, Fifanella, and there is a Mickey Air that I bought at Disney one year. So I got Mickey Air on there. Every other pin on this hat has been gifted to me by people that have come here and done, or actually the Sebring Expo one, which this doesn't even exist anymore. The Sebring Expo one was from when I was doing Sebring, because when I was doing Expo Radio at Sebring, they said you need an Expo pin on that. So, but every pin on this hat has been gifted to me. Some have changed out over time. But yeah, honoring 45 years of doing Sun and Fun. They came to me one year and said, we want to have hats when I was with a news hound, working with Bonnie Higbee at the Media Center before the radio station. We want to have, all these different areas have their different unique little hats they wear. And Bonnie said, we want to do hats for the news hounds. And I said, I will wear any hat you want so long as it's a Panama Jack, as a joke. And it turns out my jokes sometimes wind up coming back around and becoming reality, because that year the Media Center adopted the Panama Jack as its official hat. And it was a white hat. And then, we had the white beige Panama Jack, this exact style, just in beige. And we wound up going to, when I came over to the radio station, I jokingly changed to a black Panama Jack because I was the black sheep of the music. I was the black puppy in the news hound sect.
Well, you're
and I actually have. We're blessed that we have the original news hound logo here at the radio station. The big drawing on the back wall. Yeah, that was an artist did that for us. The same artist had done years ago when I made the mistake of getting married to the wrong person. He did a real nice drawing for my wedding and stuff. So,
and we'd like to
news hounds
kind of say thank you to Articulazard for the artwork, the craftsmanship, everything was put into the buy a board program, and be able for us to walk up to the back deck and see that picture, and along with all the other sponsors of the back deck.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that. And
Absolutely.
Actually, somebody actually came to me and said, I saw your post on Facebook. I saw the lasered post on Facebook. I never realized until you shared it and said that was your company. And they're laughing their head off at me because I actually started a laser engraving company so that I could donate stuff. Our TARDIS signs here, these are all from Articulazard. The signs on the back, the gifts that I gave our people this year. And one of the ones that I'm really happy about, I had to laugh because Derek saw it, and he was like, oh, cool, where'd you get this? I said, I did. You did this? If you come by our sponsors, Green Bay, Austin, Straub, will have their hold short area here. There's a giant tumbling towers, giant Jenga game out there.
Yes.
All 54 pieces have the Green Bay Austin Straubel logo laser burned into them. So that's and there's something else I'm gonna jump on here, and we are doing. I was involved in and I actually named it the 50-50-50 fundraiser. The 50-50-50 fundraiser it's our 50th anniversary. My company is doing a limited production run of cutting boards with the 50th anniversary logo. They're all numbered. And you can support the Sun and Fun volunteers. This is not a radio thing. This is for all Sun and Fun volunteers. You can support them by buying a board for $50. So the 50-50-50 fundraiser, you can go to, if you're on Facebook, you can go to my company page, Articulated. You can go to the Sun and Fun page and look for it. They've put a post up about it, but that it's Angela Mann, our new volunteer coordinator, does a great job in recognizing our volunteers.
Yes, she does. Yes, she does.
But we are nonprofit, so we need to raise money to do special things. Mm-hmm. All of the money from the sale of these cutting boards is going to honor the Sun and Fun volunteers.
And you're buying a physical board.
And you're getting a really cool board. You're getting a really neat logo on a board. So that is Articulated on Facebook. Not today, but there will be a form on my company website, articulated.com. And again, if you're not sure, you can always go to Sun and Fun and ask them how you get it. There is a form that my company produced about the 50. You can sign up for it. So we're doing good. The sales are good. Unfortunately, there was a little coordination issue. They were supposed to be available in the island, but because of the nature of the beast, it didn't wind up getting into the island. I'm not sure of the final outcome yet, but it's looking like they are going to be sold through my company website. But the money will go to Sun and Fun. I'm not profiting off of this at all. Well, you're buying it for $50. Good morning, Donna. Donna, one of my family, my Sun and Fun family. Miss Donna was the administrative assistant to our chairman during our CEO board. Chairman of the board is what I'm trying to say. And Donna's company actually bought a board. In our buy a board to restore the back deck, and what Jack was talking about, the laser engraving on the wall on the back deck is our buy a board. Mm-hmm. We are announcing and we are launching Buy a Board 2.
I want like a drum roll. Dun, dun, dun.
Derek's gonna kill us. Derek is gonna wring our necks. Oh, he's not back there. We can get away with it. So we are announcing Buy a Board 2. We are in Buy a Board 2. We are raising funds to restore the front deck, the side walkway, the ramp, and all of the railings. Buy a Board did the back decking itself, all the joists, all the boards. Buy a Board 2 is going to complete the restoration of the deck. 10 years old, Florida Sun. We built our deck for our 20th anniversary. This is our 30th. We restored the back deck. So Buy a Board 2. Look for a link. I will be posting a link today for sure to the forum if I haven't done so already. SNF Radio on Facebook.
Dave, what's the advantage of Buy a Board instead of, I'm sure somebody could come to you and say, I'm just going to sponsor the entire thing. So why do the individual Buy a Board program?
That's a great question, and I actually had to explain this to a donor that was borderline upset with me for not, because he always comes to Dave, what do you need anything, call me. Buy a Board is the fundraiser for the average guy. Mm-hmm. I admittedly, I have money in my radio budget that it's for equipment, but I could pay for the deck repairs out of the radio budget. I could pick up the phone and call a deep pocket sponsor who would write me a check, a few $1,000 check without batting an eye. But I have all of these people out there. We have listeners. A good example, and I huge owe you an apology. Tony from Mobile. Tony has been emailing me each day when I say, if you're listening, send us an email. But I have people like Tony and other people that want to help, but they can't write me a big check without batting an eye. It would be a financial hardship to write a couple $1,000 check. So I wanted to open it up, and it's kind of, and I working really hard to not be incorrect on things, but it is Buy a Board is the fundraiser for the average person. $30. I mean, anybody, I go out to lunch, I'll drop twice that on lunch
easily,
some days.
very easily.
Go out to dinner, forget it. You know, I mean, we went to Sushi Masa Monday night. Those meals that we had were $25-$30 a piece.
Yeah, but the food was outstanding.
Oh, God. Can't say enough good things about Sushi Masa. I don't like sushi, and I love Sushi Masa. So another huge shout-out to Johnson's Barbecue and Fred's Market.
Absolutely.
Our radio sponsors this year. And I will get by and pick up the gift certificates I'm supposed to get by. We will have some Fred's Market and Johnson's Barbecue gift certificates to be passed out. So that's good news.
Local family
I'm actually
company providing
considering passing them on to
superfood.
our Brits, our BACs.
Good idea. Very
they all
good
want to
idea.
go to Fred's Market for dinner, and I'm thinking maybe I'll just pass out. There's 60, there's probably 75 people in the British BAC contingency, so I might just give them dinner on the radio
they've been out here
station.
volunteering
Yeah,
all
they're
week
great
out in the
guys.
sun. They deserve it for sure.
So, but anyway, so Buy a Board is the fundraiser for the average person. $30 contribution. You get a laser engraved image recognizing that you donated. Right, the ones for the backboard are on the back deck. I originally was going to put them on the boards, but that would have shortened the life of both the engraving and the boards because during the rest of the year we don't have these canopies. The deck gets wet, water would puddle in them, they would start promote rotting and stuff. And some of my images have fine details that, repeated walking across them in the week would wear the details down. I wanted people's recognition to stay, so that's why I put them on cedar boards. And side story on that one is if you go to the big box store to buy a cedar board, a cedar 1x6x8 is $30. All right, rough hewn cedar 1x6x8, $30. You go over 2 aisles, they have cedar fence pickets 1x6x6 for $3.50. Guess which ones I used? My wood shop has a nice planer in it, so I ran them through the planer. I got a nice smooth cedar board to do all the engraving on for $3.50.
So, Dave, the folks that can't make it to the physical campus, can you ship those out to the donors?
What's that?
The boards.
Well, the boards are here in recognition of them. When I'm doing it, obviously I'm doing 10 images on a board. I'm not going to take an unknown and throw it on a board and wreck the board and have to do 10 over again. So I do a lot of test burns. And again, I use the cedar fence picket things all over the place. Miss April's got a bunch of planners made out of cedar fence pickets. And I always have trim offs from the cedar. So it's funny because some of my early deck donor images, where you can see the little dog ear picket on the end. Oh yeah, that was a fence board. But what I did, and actually Sarah with FlySassy.com, I sent her a picture of them, and she said, "Oh, can I have that? I'll buy that from you." I said, "I'll be happy to give it to you." And it gave me the idea, and I took every test burn that I did from that point forward. Unfortunately, a lot of them wound up in the scrap pile, and off in the trash. But after that point, every test image I did, I chopped into a single piece, and had them here. So if you were if you bought a deck board, you could come by and I had an image for you. The other option on Buy a Board is you can get a deck donor gift. This year's deck donor gifts were the bamboo bottle openers with our 30th anniversary logo and a line deck donor in it. And the third option, which a lot of people chose, which surprised me, was I don't need recognition, I just want to help. And these were $30, and I asked people to pay us $32 through PayPal because PayPal charges. So we wound up getting $30.59 each one of those donations. What shocked me was the send your $30 through PayPal, and I would get a PayPal notification of 50, 100. One of them, $400. But they just wanted to help, and they threw the money in there. We needed to raise $1,800. I'm relatively certain by the end of the day tomorrow that number is going to be over. The total we've raised will be approaching, if not over, 3,000.
Congratulations.
So thank you,
Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Most
thank
definitely.
you everybody for sponsoring that.
And the additional funds will go towards future needs for the
radio
station
needs.
as
I mean,
well.
Green Bay Austin Straubel stepped up and made a nice donation that allowed us to get all the video gear and go live video this year, which is a new thing. And if you're on, you can see us on Facebook, SNF Radio, or you can see us on YouTube, Sun and Fun Radio, on YouTube. You can watch our live stream. They're being saved. You can go back and watch it. During Airshow, we have the campus camera mounted high above the station that we do a still shot of the field. during the air show. So, and the night show, the video of the night show was staggering. I mean, it was beautiful, and the fireworks at the end and stuff all came out fantastic. The drone flights, I mean, they all came out great.
Which, if you missed it Wednesday night, today's Saturday. You
got
get
it
the
again
opportunity
tonight?
to come back up tonight and see it.
Right? Now, I've been talking a lot with Jack Mason, my co-chair of Live Air, but I've got another voice that said a little bit of this morning, and that is Mr. Bibendium. No, Randy Bibb. Good morning, Randy.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, Sun and Fun.
I was
Morning, Jack.
surprised you didn't know who Mr. Bibb was.
You know, I've never heard of Mr.
Bibb.
Bibendium.
Bibendium. And that is, of course, the big Michelin tire man. And back then, Bibendium was a space-age material. So Mr. Bibb is short for Mr. Bibendium.
Well, I'll have to share
So the
that with
big-
my children. They're
Yeah.
unaware of that.
And I've been calling you Mr. Bibb forever, not because you look like him, but just because Bibb came in there. you know.
Right.
Now you are you're a pilot.
I am.
You get paid to fly what?
You know,
what do you
that's-
fly for a living?
That's my day job. That's my fun job. I fly a couple of different things. I fly a Phenom 300. That's probably Embraer Phenom 300. Fly that one on a regular basis, and we have some Hondas. We fly the Honda Jet, which are two really neat airplanes. Same flight platform as far as avionics. And
Oh, I didn't know you. I thought I'd seen you post pictures on Facebook of the Honda, but I thought you said you just did a picture.
No.
I didn't realize you fly. Well, how's that fly?
You know, it's a neat little airplane. It's they tell me it's low inertia, means it's speeds up quickly and slows down very quickly. It's like a little like a little sports car.
Okay.
You have to keep your eye on things. It's a very, very intelligent airplane.
Yeah.
If it's not configured to take off, it'll let you know. If you're not configured to land, it'll let you know. If you're going too fast, it'll let you know. If you're going too slow, you get the stick shaker, it'll let you know.
Wow.
So it's a really a smart airplane. And
is there any? I've always thought the engine's sitting above the wing on the pylons. Does that change, or does that actually enhance the way it flies?
You know, it's unique to Honda. If you're not familiar with the Honda Jet, check it out. Look at some photos of that thing. And as Dave was saying, these engines are mounted on pylons on top of the wings. They're not physically mounted to the wing. There's about a 3-foot pylon that the engine sits on, and that reduces the vibrations
Okay.
and noise in the cabin.
Right.
That was their theory. And Honda didn't go out and buy someone else's engine. They created their own engine.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
So the technology is so smart that we're allowed to fly that airplane single pilot.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how.
How many passengers is that?
The Honda, you can get 5 or 6 depending
Okay.
on.
It's a small jet.
It's a small jet, but it's very economical, and it's.
And I understand it scoots. It
Oh
goes.
yeah. It's a nice little airplane. It's a nice little regional airplane.
Yeah.
You can't go across the pond in it,
Right.
but you can go across the country pretty easily in it.
So you fly that. You fly the Phenom. Anything else?
Oh yeah, we've got in
any
the
other
stable
kerosene burners?
Well, no, not. We've got Baron and a couple of other piston airplanes that we try. I taught at Oklahoma State back in the day as a flight instructor, so we picked up a training airplane so I can train a couple of the guys to fly, and I really enjoy teaching. So that's what I'm doing there. Doing a lot of that now.
I'm saving young minds.
Right.
No, just kidding. You got to be a Bobcat Goldthwait to understand that. That was my Bobcat Goldthwait impression.
And you almost have to breathe in when you talk to sound like him as well.
Bobcat's fun. So now, and you're based in Oklahoma?
I'm there frequently. I have, as a pilot, we're kind of gypsies, living in a suitcase, and North Central Arkansas is where we're based.
Oh, okay.
And,
I thought you.
which is the middle.
Where did I get Oklahoma from?
Well, I that's where I'm from.
Okay.
From Tulsa, Broken Arrow area, and have some property at a lake there in Oklahoma that I spend all my free time at. So
that's where your boat is.
Yeah,
I love your boat, man.
Oh.
I've always wanted that. I've always wanted a big old houseboat to vacation in. I actually considered putting my houseboat camper out in the pond out here, but I had holes in the bottom of it. Wouldn't have worked.
well, I'm out flying around and I get a text message and it's my friends on my boat saying, "Hey, we're having a party on your boat. Thanks, we're having a great time." So.
You really need to find a better place to hide the keys.
Yeah, or better friends, right?
Randy,
Yeah, right.
you've had experience in avionics as well?
Yeah, and I wanted to find something in the military that I could use in the civilian world, And avionics, when I started, the GPS was brand new, and the satellite navigation was really coming on. So I thought, wow, that's the future of what we do or what I want to do. So I chose that career path in the Air Force Air National Guard, and avionics, navigation, flight control systems on the F-16.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So
I never knew that about you.
yeah. It's the school was over a year long, very intense, bench level electronic training. It was really a neat experience, and boy, my brain was baked after after that. I'm not exaggerating there. So yes, I do have a little bit of avionics experience.
Cool. Congratulations. Well, we're here. We're glad you're here. You came on originally as a reporter, and I listened to you, and we were a little short on hosts one year, and I said, well, let's bring Randy up and give him a try. I think this is before your time. Randy's been with us before you.
A little bit longer.
And I brought him up, and he did a great job. And it was actually working really well when you two worked together, because you're in the dispatch side of things. You're on the ground side of air operations. You're flying them. And we were getting great questions thrown back and forth at guests, especially tech questions about their aircraft. And good morning, Propane Ninja. We are doing live broadcast. I appreciate that loud running truck in front of our deck.
And they appreciate the advertisement.
Propane Ninja out here filling up, keeping everybody fueled on that side of it.
And then just real quick, Randy actually has a pastime of painting. So if you're a friend of his on Facebook, or if he wants to just show you, but no, your characteristic comes through. You know, your passion comes through in the artwork. You know, it's kind of like you said, a self-portrait you were showing me yesterday. So a very talented artist as well.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. That kind of a surprise this morning. That's good. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I enjoy looking at your paintings.
Absolutely.
I enjoy seeing them, and thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah,
that's cool.
I don't know where it comes from, and I'm intimidated by the blank canvas because I don't know. I don't see the outcome. It just kind of organically happens, and I look up and there it is, and I think, oh my gosh, where did that come from?
And you do a great job. I enjoy.
Well, thank you,
looking at your
gentlemen. That
paintings.
means a lot.
Yeah.
And now initially Jack's company didn't want their name mentioned, but now they've gotten over that.
We slid it in a few times. Yeah.
Jack's a dispatcher
Jack's
for Publix
not got a
Aviation.
slap on the hand yet, so we're good. We're good.
And I mean, I'm sure, would your company like a plug? The people you fly for, would they, or are they? We don't talk about them.
We'll be a little more discreet with
with
that.
All right,
But thank
that's
you,
fine.
thank you for the offer.
No, that's fine. We would happy to do it. And another company that we feature here on the radio station relatively often is they're here to help us whether we like it or not. That is our friends with the FAA. And we have on deck this morning Brandon Smith, who is a meteorologist manager. So you regulate the weather. So we can thank you for this beautiful stuff we have.
I don't even get paid enough to do that. Yeah, this is pretty fantastic now that we got through Wednesday. Everybody make it through Wednesday okay?
We did.
Yeah.
We did. A little damp, but we made it through.
Yes.
And the deck, as soon as it rained, so we were just wrapping up our broadcast day when that rain started. You should have seen it. It was like ants, and the deck was empty.
Yeah.
Or like piranhas, I should say, is more likely. It's like there's mass ascension on the deck and the TARDIS, and a couple minutes later, and everyth's gone, and the TARDIS is covered, and life is good. Now, Brandon, you are again meteorologist manager. What does a meteorologist manager do?
Well, so I'm a meteorologist by trade. That's what I went to school for. I got a military background. I did weather in the Navy for 30. I'm on my 34th year now, still in the reserves. I was with the National Weather Service for a long time, about 15 years.
Okay.
That was both aviation. I did a lot of fire weather, so that was really interesting. I actually got to go out to a fire line and do forecasting for the firefighters that are out there doing the hard work. Yeah, really
Just
something.
as even probably more so critical than the FAA for pilot briefing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yep.
Yeah.
And then I just moved over to the FAA a couple of years ago. So basically, any weather product or service that you get starts with a good idea somewhere. So I'm the guy with the suggestion box, really. So the process starts with my group of folks. I have some meteorologists and engineers that I work with. We take those ideas and validate them.
Can you give us a for instance on the idea?
So, like, if you're familiar with the HRRR weather model, so that's the one that most people use to forecast thunderstorms across the country, both for aviation, but for basically any purpose. It's a really versatile weather model. That started in my group in the FAA. So it starts with a need. We validate that. We make sure that what you're asking for is really what you're asking for. We ask questions like, what can you not do because you don't have it? What could you do better if you did have it? That kind of thing. And then before we throw money at something, because again, we're using taxpayer money to pay for all this stuff, right? So we want to make sure we're doing the right thing. Then it goes into research and development, and then it goes over to the National Weather Service to develop it. And so we got a real close partnership with the Weather Service, and so we are the first line of creating weather capabilities, really.
Great. So
Yeah.
you're not actually giving the forecast. You're setting up the systems
Exactly,
to
right.
get the forecast out. That's great. And where are you based?
In DC, we're at headquarters, and so that's when I throw the tagline in, and we're here to help, because, yeah.
So if when I come to DC this August, I can come knock on your door and ask for a tour?
Absolutely, you can see my cubicle, and
No,
if you do
thunderstorm models.
But there are some really cool facilities, like the Potomac Tracon and the FAA Command Center is all within a small drive from each other, and so those are really interesting to see.
Well, I might just do that. We are going to
Yeah.
be in DC. We had tickets to go to Mount Rushmore in June of 2020, and for some stupid reason we couldn't go. So
Yeah, I
we
can't
had to
imagine.
use our Sky Miles. And Miss April's like, I want to go back to DC, and of course me too, dear. Of course I want to do that, dear. Make it happen.
We just came back from DC about a month ago.
Yeah.
And we were just on the brink of the cherry blossoms blooming in that area, so we were so close, but it's still a beautiful area up there.
Yeah, it is really nice. Yeah, it's not great to drive in and out to get to work and go home, but it sure is nice to visit.
Well, we're sitting here chatting, and we're actually running out of time. We got about a minute and a half to tell people your purpose for being here today is to tell us about the weather.
Luckily, that's about 10 seconds. So what you see is what we're going to get today, right? So we are smack underneath high pressure. It's a little bit breezy this afternoon, maybe 15 miles an hour wind. You might see a cloud or two floating around, but that's it. High around 80. The sun is going to be the only issue today. Just wear sunscreen, wear a hat.
And hydrate. Make sure you
drink a lot of water.
And Dr. David had to go back to the real world and work again. So, first of all, Brandon, thank you so much for giving us the weather report.
Absolutely, thank you.
And thank you for ordering this nice weather and seeing that our order was delivered. We appreciate that.
You bet.
We'll file a customer complaint about the other day, but
But hey,
Brandon, thank you so much.
It was a cold front, so it did
was a
bring
cold
some
front.
cooler weather behind it.
We
So
did
if we
get
had to
nice.
put up with a little rain to get this cooler weather in the mornings, we'll take it. We'll take
It
it.
worked out pretty, and we didn't get any severe weather around here, which was really
I was afraid of that. That was
Yeah.
forecast.
Yeah.
20 to 30 consistent gusts to 40, and I was very worried, and I'm glad that didn't.
There was some
I'm
damage
glad you were
around
wrong that
here, but
time.
nothing here locally.
Right,
Yep.
right. So, again, Dr. David had to go back to the real world. Dr. David Kolbaba, Health Quest Radio in Chicago, had to go back to the real world. But if Dr. Dave were here, he would tell you, make sure you wear your sunscreen. The Florida sun is hot.
Yes.
A lot of you, this is your first time coming out of the snow and getting into the sun. The Florida sun will cook you in a heartbeat. Make sure you wear your sunscreen. Make sure you hydrate. You should be drinking 1 bottle of water every hour that you are outside. Just because it's cool, the wind still dehydrates you. We're going to come in. We got less than a minute left here. Thank you, Randy, for joining me on the morning show. Jack, for
You're welcome.
doing things. I'm Dave Shellbetter, chairman of the station. You're going to hear about 5 minutes worth of thank yous to the people that make this happen every year. Huge personal thank you to Green Bay Austin Straubel. We could not be doing all this really cool stuff we're doing without their help. So Green Bay, thank you. FlyGRB.com. If you want to do me a huge favor, reach out to Green Bay and tell them thank you for sponsoring Sun and Fun Radio. We really need to let our sponsors know that they're heard. And again, about 15 seconds left. We are going to go to commercials. We will be back, and I'm trying to look at my card to see who's there. Spartan College will be coming up on deck with us here after we come back from the break. Mr. Engineer, take us to his announcements. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt from pilotsafety.org, is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30-33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aero Pup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit phillips66lubricants.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Calling all home-built aircraft enthusiasts, planning to fly your masterpiece to Sun and Fun this year? Don't miss our Perseverance Award for newly completed or almost complete home builds. Join us in the home built area located just west of 523 and south of the VOR, offering prime views of showcase flybys and daily air shows. Explore different aircraft types, chat with builders, and gather tips in our home built aircraft area. Plus, don't forget to inquire about aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday at noon. Swing by the island for refreshments, entertainment, and support services. See you there!
Another new feature at the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is our Family Oasis. Are you and your family ready to take a break? You can stop by the Family Oasis located in the heart of our new Future in Flight area. It's an oasis for young families, complete with comfort stations, nursing areas, and an escape from the sun. There's no charge. Access to the Family Oasis is included with daily admission. Open 9 to 4 daily, the new Family Oasis at Sun and Fun.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Good morning, Sun and Fun. Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, with that beautiful weather report we got from Brandon with the FAA. I'd like to take a short second here to thank our friends here at Lakeland Linder International Airport, Chris Hallstrand, Adam Lund. We appreciate everything that you provide with your partnership with Sun and Fun. Part of that was the Lakeland 5K. So the city of Lakeland put on a 5K this morning, and I was told there was over 700 people that registered for this 5K. And what better chance in this beautiful weather to come out, do a 5K around the aircraft on the north side of the field. You get medals, you get participation, you get just the opportunity to be in a healthy, active environment. But part of that, what the city of Lakeland is doing, is providing some of these funds coming back from the 5K and putting it back into the community. So we've got the Lakeland Aero Club, a high school club of students actually fabricating, building aircraft, working on aircraft. We've got planes, parents launching a network of educational support, which is the PTA group for the Central Florida Aerospace Academy, the Polk County Public High School that is focusing on aviation-related careers. We also have the Women in Aviation local chapter, the Lakeland chapter for Women in Aviation, that were participating and getting us all set up this morning. So, City of Lakeland, we thank you for your provided funds and keeping the spirit of aviation alive in this community. Randy Bibbs up here with me, and he's going to introduce our next guest up here right now from Spartan College. Randy, who do we have?
Thanks, Jack. Well, we have a gentleman named Jeremy Cooper from Spartan School of Aeronautics and Technology. Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning, Randy. Thanks for having us. We're super excited to be out here. Had a great week already. Looking forward to another great day today.
Wow, good to have you. So what's your mission here? Why are we talking to Spartan?
We've been doing this for quite some time. This event's one of our favorite events to come out to. Obviously, we love to come out, share what we do at Spartan, talk a lot about the programs that we have, the programs that we train in, why it's great to come to Tulsa, Oklahoma, or one of our other sister locations to train in, and just kind of share the word about what we do.
Well, you said we've been doing this for a while.
Yeah.
How long has Spartan been doing this?
So Spartan's been in existence. Not a lot of people know, but we've been in existence since 1928. That's when we actually started.
Oh, wow.
We're originally started by W.G. Skelly and a J. Paul Getty that started building aircraft.
That's the Skelly and the Getty,
That's
right?
correct.
It was oil country.
Oil tycoons.
Oil country back then.
It
oil
was.
capital of the world. So continue.
Yeah. So they started by building aircraft, built a lot of little, small personal type aircraft. If you ever see a Spartan Executive, that's a beautiful chrome plane, wooden
piece of
interior.
art, working piece of art.
Beautiful plane. There's only a few still in existence. We have a few planes in Tulsa as well that started training for the World War II in 1930s, and that's essentially kind of where we took off from there. So during that time, we trained over 14,000 of the U.S. Army Air Cadets for World War II, and then kind of took off, went, obviously after that, then started training in both flight. We train in A&P mechanics and have done that ever since.
So back up a little bit, something you mentioned. Is John Obzinski still associated with Spartan?
He absolutely is.
He was I'm a Spartan grad. No one knows that, but I am. And John Obzinski has an incredible story, defecting from Poland, and he and his brother, I guess, beat up some guards and stole a helicopter. They stole fuel for weeks and weeks, and then beat up some guards and fueled their helicopter and flew out of there.
Yeah.
But anyway, John, in a very, very good, basically, this guy was a mentor, Dennis Henson of mine. Wonderful man. He ran the maintenance there, and I worked in the shop getting my A&P license while in flight school.
Awesome.
So, Jack, you didn't mention that earlier, but yeah, I've got some maintenance background also.
Okay.
So Dennis rebuilt this fantastic old Spartan biplane. Do you guys still have that in the hangar there?
We do still have it. It's the C3, I'm assuming you're talking about. That's the
Yes.
old wooden biplane. Yep. Tail dragger.
One in the world, I
Yep.
think, of this airplane.
It is. It's we actually got it out a couple of weeks ago, fired it up for some of the public. They were able out there to see it. We don't really have it ready to fly at this point. It could still fly, but yeah, it's still out there.
Yeah, I think John Obzinski took that to Oshkosh, I think, once. So
Yep, a few years back. And John's, he's still our DPE. He's our pilot examiner that's there. He's, I think, worked for us since the 1980s.
yeah.
Still helps us pass through students through all their certifications, and he's a great piece of history that's also there for us, too.
I like to pride myself on having an iron stomach. There's no turbulence, doesn't bother me. Car rides, roller coasters, iron stomach. So we do this thing called unusual flight attitudes in training. And John did my private pilot check ride, and I had my head down. You put your head down, the examiner takes the controls, and they twist and turn and climb and descend and put you through all these maneuvers.
Try to get you disoriented.
Yeah. So when you look up, you have to, there's a process, and, just finding where you are in this process. So I told myself, I'm going to give John about 3 more seconds, and I'm going to tell him I'm going to puke all over him if he doesn't give me the controls. So that's my ABC. We call him ABC. because no one can say Abzinski. So I'm sorry, continue.
No, yeah.
Reminiscing there a little bit.
Yeah, like I said, he's a great also kind of a picture of our history, and has brought forward, is now still does our check rides there out at Spartan. So
when
he's
I was
a definite resource to have. It's great.
When I was there, you had some 80,000 graduates. And this back in the year 2000, they had 80,000 graduates. I'm sure that number is well over 100.
Over 100,000 now, yep. 100,000 pilots and technicians since the 20s that we've graduated through, and continue to do so.
All over the world,
yep.
we see these guys. So you have satellite campuses, you said?
Yeah, so we have 2, kind of, moving forward, obviously we're in the process of growing right now. We've just added a new sister campus right outside of Chicago, Illinois, called Illinois Aviation Academy. That's our most recent acquisition. They're owned by Spartan Education Group. And then, previously, several years ago, we also expanded right outside of Denver, Colorado, with McAir Aviation too. So, seeing the expansion, we have the tech facilities still in Tulsa for our A&P mechanics. We train avionics, and we do that in Denver and in LA as well. So it just kind of shows an example of us, reaching out, trying to expand and do more.
And there's other support aspects of aviation that you train in also. I know you do NDT training and anything else as far as...
So we had non-destructive testing, and then recently, probably in the mid-2010s, we added a bachelor's add-on program as well, so that our students could come back if they wanted to earn their bachelor's after getting their certifications, ratings, things like that, their associate's degree, then they could add a bachelor's as well.
Is that a unique situation? I mean, of course, we hear a lot of, technical schools, VOTEX, et cetera, offering certifications. But is Spartan unique in that area where they're offering the chance to come back and actually get college participation for a bachelor?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, what we did, essentially, if you think about it, Randy, I'm sure when you were there, it was kind of more of a bachelor's type of program where you spent 4 or 5 years going through earning your ratings. Obviously with the demand in the industry and things like that, our goal is to really get technicians and pilots trained as quickly as possible to get them out there, get them trained as certified flight instructors so they can start earning money. And then that bachelor's is more of an add-on on the back end. And what we did was we turned it into an full online, 100% online degree, so you can do it easily while you're training either as a flight instructor or, once you're eventually a pilot, continue and finalize that degree to add that on. So kind of flipped around the curriculum, if you think about it that way.
Locally here, we hear radio commercials, the need for captains, the need for pilots, the need for technicians. Is it still that heavily in demand?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, we get, numbers from Boeing every year that tell us, currently I think there's a demand for the next 15 years of about 127,000 new pilots, 125,000 technicians that still need to be added. That retirement is coming up here, and we're in the middle of it right now, but it's going to continue to.
Well, the retirement, then you have the normal natural attrition rate of about 5%.
Right.
The people that lose their medicals, and then.
Yeah, so we're trying to do all that we can to add to that. Our population in Tulsa, for instance, it's grown from about 200 to over 350 students. So we've added probably about 15 new Piper Archers in the last couple of years. So we're continuing to expand and grow that.
I was telling Jeremy during before we started the interview that I've got a very dear friend that just started Spartan this last week, the 6th of this month. He just started. So shout out to Pharaoh.
Yeah, definitely. He's going to be a good student. I've met him in person, and we look forward to stories like his, kids coming in, adults coming in, maybe even later in life, second career, stuff like that, to fuel this.
He's former military, GI Bill, that whole. So he's a perfect student.
Absolutely.
Randy, Jeremy, we got about 15 seconds left. So, as far as anybody that would like to go ahead and apply or get more information about Spartan, how can they do that?
Yeah, absolutely. Easiest way is to go to www.spartan.edu. You get all the information about our programs out there. Connect with an admissions rep. We'll help you through the whole process of becoming a pilot, technician, avionics technician.
Perfect. Jeremy Cooper, Spartan College, we thank you for your time being up here live on the chats from the Deck Live.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Take it away, guys.
Hi, this is Jack Hodgson from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States. Maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the career fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Attention all aviation enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Innovation Showcase at the Future in Flight Plaza. Discover cutting-edge technology from leading companies like Aerosys Tech, Aileronics Grindstone, Lift Aircraft, and more. From FlightSim.com to Molnar and beyond, this is your chance to see the future of aviation in action. Join us and explore the latest innovations shaping the industry. You can visit the Innovation Showcase today in the Future in Flight Plaza.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10.
Let's go!
It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
If you thrive on extreme and unusual attitudes in the sky, the Aerobatic headquarters, located just east of the approach end of Runway 5 along Taxiway E, is your ultimate destination at Sun and Fun. We're distinct from the airshow pilots, but you might catch a few watching the airshow from our small grandstand. Curious about regulations and aircraft requirements? We're presenting forums throughout the week. Check the Sun and Fun schedule. Don't miss this chance to learn from those of us addicted to the thrill of extreme maneuvers. Come join us at the Aerobatic headquarters, where the sky's the limit and every flight is an adventure.
And now, back to Chats from the Deck Live, sponsored in part by the Austin Straubel Green Bay International Airport. FlyGRB.com.
Good morning. Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you again by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport, Fly GRB. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I'm up here with Mr. Randy Bibb. Randy, I have grown up with Sun and Fun over the years, and, you know, of course, growing up is still happening in life. We're never too old to love aviation, but I remember riding a 10-speed on Drainfield Road, and for those that are locals around here, Drainfield Road to be nowadays seen as you'd be stupid and crazy if you did a 10-speed on Drainfield, but Lakeland's growing that popular. But, you know, once you get the aviation bug, you stick with it. You know, you're here to stay. So I am in Part 91, so it's for a business application, a dispatcher with aircraft. That is just one of the many fields that deals with aviation. But also, as we talk about the need and the demand for, you know, pilots can't fly without a dispatcher maybe to tell them where to go, and the aircraft's not going to be flying and remaining current unless there's, you know, good technicians out there, you know, A&P technicians, avionic technicians. So part of that is with Mr. Alec Montanez.
Yes, sir.
Excellent, with Aviator College.
Yep.
Good morning, Alex. So
good morning. How are you?
Good, sir. Where do you hail from?
I'm here from Aviator College.
Excellent. And where's that located?
We are located, we have two locations. Our location for AMT mechanics is down in Kissimmee Airport, right at the airport.
Okay.
And we got the secondary school is for pilots, which I think you guys are going to talk about that tomorrow.
We are. We sure are. So
Perfect.
Local to the Central Florida area.
Absolutely.
Yep. Right next to Orlando, Florida.
Yep.
So, I mean, it's a great location for, you know, pilots love to learn in Central Florida because it's flat and it's always non-snow. We might have a little rain and all then. But, yep, that's why everybody's coming to Florida, you know, for training and teaching and learning and passing it on.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
I briefly mentioned the demand for, you know, good technicians out there. That is why we're talking to many schools throughout the week, many, you know, colleges, et cetera, you know, out here. So, of course, yours being local, what are some of the certifications that you're teaching and working with?
Basically, we give you the whole entire course for AMP. It's about a 15 months course. It goes from general airframe and power plant. At the end of the 15 months, you're able to actually go and test for it. We have our own internal test center for the written test. And then for the practicals and orals, you'll go with the designated by the FAA after that. But it's a short and sweet career. I think it's a fantastic thing for anybody to do. And the demand is out of this world. I've been in aviation for about 32 years. This is the first time I've seen that much demand for A&Ps.
Really?
It's crazy.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you have a pipeline? Are you working with any of the regionals or major airlines? I know a lot of folks are trying to partner with and fill that need without the long application process. And a lot of these folks that graduate these programs, you have a pipeline directly to the airlines.
We do. Well, about every 2 weeks, we have almost an airline or some partner that comes in and try to recruit our mechanics. Some of them have some programs that if you enroll with them now and you get hired later, you get to keep your seniority. So the time that you actually spend during the college time actually counts for your seniority. So by the time you start the first day, you could be number 30 already deep into the seniority. So it's a fantastic opportunity. United, I don't know if I can mention them or not, but it's one of them. We have 9 students, and this morning one of them actually stopped by, and it's a phenomenal opportunity for them. They're picking them up left and right. We also have a program through JetBlue. And if you're a tech mech through JetBlue, they have a program that they send you to school. And every graduating class, we have at least a handful of them actually coming in from the JetBlue program, graduating and going back to JetBlue.
We've mentioned a couple of times here on AirJack that it's not just the mechanics and the pilots, although those, you know, if you've had a pecking order, those rate fairly high. But there's some 30 plus support personnel for every pilot out there. We've got like 30 plus support personnel keeping this aircraft airworthy, flight worthy.
Absolutely. There's all kinds of stuff. So,
Alex, let me ask you this. So we work with Central Florida Aerospace Academy here locally. These are high school students. Of course, we want to promote that there's many, like Randy's saying, many different, you know, support groups out there, you know, dispatchers, A&Ps, avionics technicians, you name it. Are we able to not be a high school student, meaning we're later in life and we want a career change. I mean, we're not just talking about just the 17, 18-year-old trying to make a decision. I mean, we could be talking about an adult that would like to start off, in the AMT field as well, correct?
Absolutely. We have, I think our oldest student is about 65 years old, believe it or not. And he wants a second career. So some of them actually have, one of the last one that just got a job on the airline, he was an accountant all his life. He kind of retired. And I figured, man, he got a cushy job on a desk or something. I don't know if he's, and he embraced the AMP work. And he just got hired by the airline. So it's a phenomenal opportunity. And he have a second career now. He was a middle-aged gentleman as well. So.
Are you? I'm sorry, go ahead, Jack.
No, I'm just thinking that you're talking about United Airlines, but also that's on the 135 side. I'm sorry, that's on the charter side, but with the 121 side.
121, yeah.
But I mean, you've got the different career paths ahead of you. Maybe you want to work for the larger commercial airlines, which could keep you very busy, maybe a little more money. But maybe you still want that family life where you just want to work for a smaller company. So this is not just the concept that your life is going to be busy working for one of these major airlines. There's a lot of what was it, Part 124, shops out here, I believe, that are actually
145.
145. Thank you. See, I got too many numbers going in my head.
Too many. But
so you don't have to feel like that you're going to be not able to see your family, come back at home each night. So you've got many different companies out there that you can lead into.
Absolutely. We have a student that actually stopped by also this morning, and he working at 145 on the other side of the field, and he liked nights and weekends. So he's home every night and every weekend, and he worked through the week. And there's so many different aspects of aviation. I mean, you want to travel. I used to travel with one of the teams that are over here is an acrobatic team. I used to travel all over the place. I currently work with skydiving centers, and I maintain skydiving centers. You can work for crop dusters. I mean, there's so many different areas in aviation that people I never knew that exist. At our airport, we have the police. You can be a police AMP for their helicopters. We have EMS. I mean, we have so many different things and areas that you can go into it that some people never even think of it.
Are you Part 61, 141?
We're Part 147 in our school, so.
Okay.
Right now, yeah.
And that Part 147, can you explain what that means?
Part 147, we're authorized by the FAA under those regulations, and basically we're able to sign you off or sign everybody as a mass group, basically, and they can go and take their AMP. There are different ways to obtain your AMP. Some of them is OJT, so you go to and work for about 36 months or so, and then you can go and sign off through the FAA and get your AMP. But I'm a firm believer of schools. Our schools show you everything from welding, non-destructive testing, and things that you might not necessarily learn in the field where you're doing your OJT. And it's a good exposure because now you can pick and choose where you go.
Speaking of that, that's how I achieved my A&P sign-off was practical experience working in a shop while in flight school, doing annual inspections and such. And I quite frankly agree with you that doing it the way I did it, there are gaps in your base knowledge. But going to a school like your school, you at least know the process of just about every aspect of something you may face in the field. Where mine fell a little short at times.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, some of the airlines, major airlines, are trying to actually fill that gap, and they're trying to get a program within themselves, but then they lack of the piston area and something as simple as researching ADs and things like that. So, because once you work in the airline, you get an iPad and everything is right there. So, it's a little bit easier work. But as far as AMPs, from A to Z, I highly encourage go to school, learn everything, and then pick and choose the field that you want to go.
Excellent. Alex, we're coming up just on about the last minute here, but of course we're talking about the course, 15 months. One of the courses, of course, lasting 15 months, a lifetime career, after that. Educators, I'm sure, are in high demand as well.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah. So this is a Central Florida Kissimmee-based location, Aviator College. Alex, are they able to find you out here in the field anywhere if they've got direct questions, or is it best just to give an email or a phone call?
Absolutely. We are right behind the career fair tent next to ATP, and you can come stop by and talk to one of us, and we'll be more than happy to talk to you.
Excellent. Just another great opportunity in this field of aviation. A&P mechanics, avionic technicians, you name it. There's so many careers out there. Alex with Aviator College, thank you for being up here on Chats from the Deck Live for the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We're about to go to break, but stay tuned. We've got more to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Kevin Streeter of the Let's Talk Flying podcast. You're listening to WPEP 788 on 1510 AM Lakeland and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day 0, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
More educational forums at Paradise City, 12 April, which is Friday, 10:30 in the morning. Kit building, what you need to know. Charlie Becker from the EAA. 12 o'clock, let's talk about powered parachutes. Galen Gagley, LP12 Power Chute. At 1:30, auto gyro flying with Bob Snyder, LP25 Auto Gyro USA. At 3 o'clock, commercial UAS drone operation. That's Paul Herrera, everythinglifesaving.com.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye sunglasses and prescription eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hello, aviation enthusiasts. Experience the excitement of show planes at Sun and Fun. Witness a stunning array of aircraft in our show plane parking areas, including home-built, vintage, warbird, light planes, seaplanes, and rotorcraft. Explore the home-built aircraft area for a chance to chat with owners and discover building tips. Vintage aircraft parking showcases planes from different eras, while the warbird ramp offers an up-close view of historic military aircraft. Don't miss the seabird area, where unique seaplanes gather, and Paradise City, the hub for light planes. And for rotorcraft enthusiasts, head to the rotorcraft area. Join us at Sun and Fun and immerse yourself in the world of aviation.
Sun and Fun and the Aerospace Center for Excellence want to say a huge thank you to our sponsor, Redbird Flight. Redbird Flight is powering the future of flight training with devices, apps, and content that make it easier for you to master the art of flying. You can visit booths NE51 and NE52 to try the company's innovative flight simulation solutions for flight schools, universities, K-12 schools, and individual pilots. For more information, visit redbirdflight.com. Join the migration.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LEDs lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LED's lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We are actually on liveatc.net/Sun and Fun. We're on Facebook at SNF Radio. We are on YouTube, Sun and Fun Radio. You get the chance to watch the crowd. You get the chance to watch the air show from our live cam feed. You get to stay tuned tonight if you're not able to come out and watch the nighttime air show, followed up by the nighttime fireworks. A wonderful display that was presented Wednesday night. So a huge shout out to Gene Conrad and his team for getting this set up and ready for us. So we are more than excited. This is Saturday. We still have one more full day of this. Randy, I can't just believe it's flown by. No pun intended. But we've had such a great time out here. I'm laughing a little bit also because I'm seeing some of the campers getting that 5 o'clock shadow here into the week a little bit. Yeah, Randy's a good example here. But, you know, some of us are able to go back to the hotel rooms and get a good night's sleep. But Mother Nature brought some beautiful weather for the campers to be waking up with the past couple of days. But coming up next is actually in part of a group that is going to be held in the Future in Flight Plaza, presented by Daher. The Future in Flight Plaza is the Sun and Fun headquarters for aspiring aviators of all ages. Located just steps inside the main entrance gate, the Future in Flight Plaza features many different groups, including Junior Aces, the Career Fair, flight schools, technical schools, colleges, Innovation Showcase, the Family Oasis, International Oasis, and kind of up next tying in is the Flight Sim Experience. This is your chance to take a literal look into the future with cutting-edge virtual reality simulation technology and get hands-on experience with the hottest flight sim peripherals on the market. You may not quite be ready to hop in a real F-18 and take to the skies, but the next best thing is experiencing today's flight sim hardware and software at the Flight Sim Experience right here at the Future in Flight Plaza. Thank you, Sun and Fun, for presenting that this year. We have with that the Flight Simulation Association and Flight Sim Expo, Mr. Evan Ryder.
Yes, hello.
Good morning, Evan. How are you doing?
I'm great. Thanks so much for
Welcome to the
having
show.
us. Appreciate that.
So kind of give us an explanation. That's not like we were talking about. Not everybody's able to get in that F-18, you know, and get the true experience. Some of us won't be able to be a pilot at all. Some of us are pilots that, you know, we want to make sure we stay up to date on our currency, experience, you name it. So how does your company kind of get involved in all that?
Yeah, exactly. So we're Flight Simulation Association, and our goal is to reach out to everyone that you just mentioned and try and offer them something. So if you are somebody who is looking to become a pilot or a student, we want to talk about how this technology, which you can use on your home computer and you really don't need very much special for, can benefit you. If you're somebody who just wants to experience the thrill of launching off a carrier, we have an ex-Navy pilot here who's throwing you in a virtual reality headset and giving you that experience, in some cases with motion included, so you actually feel that acceleration and get that experience. And if you're somebody who used to fly but isn't flying now, we've got lots of great ways to keep that experience going in the closest to what you can actually get in being an actual airplane. So that's us, Flight Simulation Association. We're a free-to-join membership group that anyone can find at flightsimiassociation.com.
What is some of the hardware that is being, you know, applied? I mean, of course, we see live motion simulators. We see at home we've got the, you know, the consoles with virtual reality. So how much detail is put into the technology side of the hands-on portion?
So you can pretty much range from anything as simple as a laptop and a joystick, and that could be a $50 joystick that you go out to a local electronics shop and buy. You can start with just that. and it ranges up to, $100,000 type things that could be a full motion platform with a virtual reality headset. And of course, flight simulation extends up to the full level D devices that are used at the airlines. And so we have a small part to play in any of those different scenarios and helping people along that journey, whether they are just getting started and they want to use something really, really simple, or they do want something that's a little bit more advanced. And we work with many of the big flight simulation providers. So you can think someone like Redbird, for example, is a partner of ours that would come to our convention, Flight Sim Expo. But then you've also got basic laptop that you might already have at home. And that's how simple this can be. So we're talking about everything from those big full motion certified devices used in professional training right down to something that you could have in your home. And nowadays, these even work on mobile devices, on consoles like the Xbox. So you've really got any kind of device you can imagine pretty much that has a battery could be turned into a flight simulator these days.
Yeah, I remember generation 1 flight training. And there's some semantics here. It's a flight training device. It's flight simulator. It's, a number of different, descriptions of these. And there's actual legal FAA definitions of these as flight training and logging. But I remember I grew through the evolution of these devices from the clanky thing that you really bolted to your tabletop, and it just, then it was state of the art and just terrible.
Yes.
Today the technology is quite amazing, and pilots can actually log some of this time as far as maintaining currency in tell us a little bit about if you can.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not going to be 100% accurate in my terminology here, but I'm going to use the term certified device, which is generally going to refer to something you could have in your home, you could find in a flight school, or you could find at a number of other places. Those certified devices are what you would technically need if you wanted to use it to either shoot approaches for currency, which you don't need an instructor present for, or if you wanted to actually put time in your logbook, which then you do need to have an instructor physically present and using that with you. So if you've been to an FBO or your flight school, you've had an instructor there, and you've put time in your logbook, that's going to be a certified device. And those exist. You can actually get your own home simulator certified if you want. I know of people who've done that. You can also purchase fully certified BATDs from people like Gleim or Redbird, for example, use them in the home for currency, have an instructor come by, put some time in the logbook. So that's all very doable. What we're generally focused on at Flight Simulation Association would be a non-certified device. So not necessarily with that full FAA seal, not time that you're going to put in your logbook, but instead using it to help gain proficiency, to be faster when you actually get into either a certified device or an actual airplane. So we're focused more on that area just because it's so much easier to get into, and because you're not worried about, okay, is there an instructor there and I want to get this time in the logbook. It's actually about putting less time in your logbook, by which I mean becoming a certificated pilot faster. If you're talking about flight training, it's about saving hours in the actual airplane and saving time trying to figure out what does this button do when you're moving at 200 knots. That's the real objective for us. So definitely certified devices, they exist. They're there. You can even, as I say, make your own home sim a certified device if you like. But we're generally focused on non-certified devices and focusing on that proficiency element.
Well, I taught at Oklahoma State. That's how I built time. I shouldn't say most, a lot of pilots build time, that crucial 1,500 hours in flight instructing. And this kid, we do discovery flights and introducing to young children. And this kid walks in with a group of kids, and I selected him as my kid I was going to fly with. And he was about 12 or 13 years old, this kid. And very professional, shirt tucked in, hair combed, and I was impressed immediately by this kid. And he's, we pre-flight the airplane, go to the airplane. He's, sir, may I run the checklist? Wow, certainly. So he pulls out the checklist in the airplane, nails everything perfectly, didn't skip any items or rush through any items. And, sir, may I do the pre-start check? Certainly. Sir, may I do the start checklist? Certainly. Just boom, boom, this 12-year-old kid, killing it. Sir, can I do the pre-taxi and taxi? Sure. Yeah, go right ahead. So this kid taxis the airplane onto the runway. Sir, can I take can I take off? Certainly. You've killed you've just killed everything else. Why not? Yeah. This kid's 12, just killing it.
Here you are, just hands behind your back, like, okay, kid, you got this.
I'm gonna get out and have a cup of coffee. Come back in a bit. So and he says, what speed would you like to climb out at, sir? Give me 80 knots. 80 knots on the money climbing out. This kid's 12.
Yeah.
Let's level off at 3,000 feet. Let's go out and do some steep turns. just nails everything. Comes back, landed the airplane.
And he's probably talking on the radio the whole time, too.
Yeah, I skipped that. He's talking on the radio.
Yeah.
And so we landed, and I said, okay, come on. You've had to have some flight at some point. No, sir, this is my first, no, sir, this is my very first time in an airplane. How in the world, how did you achieve this? I've got students that have 20 hours of flying that you're much better than these 20-hour pilots. This is your first 30 minutes in the airplane. How do you do that? And he said, Microsoft Flight Simulator, sir. So this goes hand in hand with exactly what you're talking about, is proficiency and polishing those skills before you ever sit in an airplane.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So, and that's my story as well. The first time that I set foot in a Cessna 172, having already had quite a bit of flight sim experience, I just turned to the instructor and said, hey, can I run the radios? And he's like, well, do you know what to say? And I said, yeah, sure. Clicked on the radio and just started talking, and it was no big deal. And he's like, same question. How on earth did you know how to do that? It's like, I've been on Flight Simulator, and I've been flying on VATSIM, the virtual network that has real air traffic controllers that you can speak to just like you would in real life. And it was just natural. So whereas other students are, afraid to speak on the radio, or that's a big blocker for them. They can't even think about, how do I do this, because they're busy trying to think, what am I going to say next? That's just natural for me now. And so that's absolutely what we're talking about with flight simulation and how it can help. It was a big part of my story. I'm now at the airlines, but that was my exact start. And so whenever I hear a story like that, I think almost every CFI has someone like that where they've been like, you know what, that's just the best proof of concept that we can give.
But like you said, the pressure is not there when you're in your own little home environment or you're at your friend's house. You may be, if you're a kid, you're into this digital world now where you might be online gaming, and you've got that comfort level where you can do it. But as soon as you get behind the real cockpit or with the real CFI, we've heard and seen a lot of these students, they panic, they lock up. It's not the same person, but if they have that chance to be allowed to be in any kind of simulator or simulation, they've got that practice, and it really surprises, like Randy was talking about, that CFI to be hands-on. Those are the students, the younger generation. Now we probably got people that are handicapped. We also have people that are maybe have medicals that expired, can't renew a medical, that still have the opportunity to fly. If they want that carrier approach or departure and bad weather, they're coming to that simulation field. So it's we're focusing on students, but it's just a pastime as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, one of my good friends that I've met through flight simulation and now met several times in real life is visually impaired. So he'll never be able to fly an actual airplane. However, he's flying in the home flight simulator. And there's actually a whole community of fully blind pilots who can actually fly in flight simulator. And it's really interesting to watch them. They don't have a monitor on their computer because why would they need one? They can't see it. So they're literally just using a keyboard and a mouse and then audio. And they're getting audio descriptions read from the flight simulator to them about what's happening, and they're controlling things either with their voice or in some cases they're able to use a mouse as well. And so this is just, they're experiencing the thrill that we all get from flying without, of course, really being able to do that themselves. They'll speak on virtual air traffic control networks. Some of them actually literally are air traffic controllers despite being blind. Like, that all exists. And so the way that we're able to just bring people who can't ever actually do, fly a real airplane into our aviation world is just incredible, and that's yet another one of the many benefits that this stuff actually offers.
And let's be honest, not everybody can afford flight time
Correct.
with the fuel, the CFI. So not everybody's going to be able to do that, especially younger students that are trying to do a job, do school, and at the same time too. But that the flight sim experience is still there for them to get a head start or just enjoy it. Finances, scholarships might be available, but it's not out there for every single person. So if I was able to go ahead and just decide, okay, right now I can't afford, a full, 10 hours, 40 hours of training, but I do want to put some money towards just, something at home. What would be a good starting point? Is there a suggested route? I mean, we're talking small, to start off with. Of course, like you said, there's people at home that've got the full motion simulators, they can get certified, but I just want to start basic. What would you say?
So I would just say take the computer that you may already have, or if not, go out and buy something that's less than $1,000. You really don't need anything special. The software that you get for this, you just purchase online and download. It runs on any computer. You can go out to your local electronics store, buy a real simple joystick. It probably costs you $30 or $40, and that's all you need to get started with. With that software, either X-Plane or Microsoft Flight Simulator, you can connect that to a virtual air traffic control service called VATSIM, Virtual Air Traffic traffic simulation. You can just Google VATSIM, V as in Victor, ATSIM. And with that, you're actually able to start talking with air traffic control. You're able to do some basic stuff. We're not talking here about hands and feet. We're talking about procedures. So running checklists, speaking with air traffic control, understanding airspace, starting to read sectionals. Like, those are all things that you can do without anything fancy. And that would be a great starting point, and then from there you can start to build. So when you start to get onto the online world, you're actually connected basically via VoIP sort of with other pilots. And so they might say to you, hey, you have this setup. Well, here's something that I really liked, and it costs an extra $20, and you add that to your setup. Then you're going to go over to someone's house because you've met them online, or you're going to come to our convention, and you're going to go, oh, that looks like a pretty cool piece of technology. You'll add that to your setup, and you build over time. But you really don't need anything fancy or special. This is regular software, simple as downloading Microsoft Word. You can download Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Well, in kind of growing up in that environment, it's kind of cool because you can build these components and upgrade.
Yes, you can
upgrade these components. Continue to fly, save a little money, get a Christmas present or something, and upgrade to rotor pedals. And then get a full-on throttle quadrant, and then the joystick or yoke that you talked about, and you can just build this puzzle and have a very fantastic flight sim right there on your desktop at home.
Maybe upgrade to a virtual reality headset or something,
Sure.
whatever it would be called later on. But you also can put yourself at any time in a situation that you may not be able to get, during regular instruction, or you may just want to put yourself in a situation where, if it's Florida-based. You're flying here, you're on flat land, approaches all the time, but maybe you just want to try, a mountain approach or something like that. Maybe you want to put yourself in a situation where you're flying into an uncontrolled airport, and then what else we got? We got parachutists in the area, and we got somebody that doesn't have, maybe avionics working. I mean, all these scenarios that you can have fun with at the same time to improve your safety.
In fact, we encourage that. So I would say to you, especially if you're a real pilot, don't go out and try to replicate your own airplane. You'll never get it the same.
Good point. Very good point.
If you own a 172, you're going to see your fuel gauge does this every now and again. Well, the simulator's not going to do that, right? But you'll notice that. That'll bother you. And so don't try to create that exact thing. Go do something else, to your point. Fly a light twin maybe. Fly a jet, something that you would never fly in real life. The point is engaging your aviation brain. The point is thinking about sectionals and thinking about approaches when you're not actually going up to do it, especially if that's fun, if that's enjoyable, if that's something that you're going, it's almost kind of a game, but it's not a game. That's what you'll be doing day in and day out. That's how you keep doing it. If it's work, if it feels like, training, well, that's not fun. That's not the point of it. We want you to be able to do something that you're enjoying so much that you go, gee, I didn't even realize, but actually I'm learning by accident. That's the key.
Yeah, well, push yourself a little bit and, get rid of compliancy, maybe.
Sure.
You can, and also on the other side of that coin there is you can actually do emergency procedures.
For sure.
Systems failures, radio failures, and we have checklists for all of these things. So it's back to the proficiency side of things. In single engine approaches, single engine go arounds, icing simulations. So we can do all of this in a flight sim and really hone those skills. And like you mentioned, Jack, doing an approach in the mountains, been there, done that
many times for you.
I want the best information I can have on that approach. So we can pull that up and do that approach.
Change the weather conditions, if you'd like to.
Simulate real-world weather and real crosswinds. And,
if you're somebody who likes doing cross countries, one of the things that I always found difficult, especially before the GPS, is just finding the airport. You're trying to go somewhere that you've not been before, especially if it's in, farmland. The hardest thing is, where the heck's the airport? I know it should be right there, but where the heck's the airport, right? So if you've gone in Microsoft Flight Simulator especially, which has these amazing visuals now, you can actually see exactly what you will be seeing, and you go, okay, that's where the airport is. And I've done this. I've done a cross country before I go out in the airplane, done it in the simulator, looked at, okay, this is the visual picture, and then show up to that same spot in real life and go, oh yeah, there it is. That really does help.
Well, I know, being an aviation nerd myself, there are videos online, YouTube and other video platforms of actual people doing cross country across the United States in these flight sims or flight.
It goes further than that.
Real time.
In real time.
Real time. Real time talking. They're going from Paris to Moscow. Real time. They don't speed up the clock. It's going to take that entire 4 hours. And you sit there and you're engaged in watching these folks their video of them doing a cross country in a sim.
Yeah, I mean, there's an event I'm part of next weekend, actually, that is called Cross the Pond, and it's a transatlantic flight. There'll be about 2,000 people that in real time will sit there and depart from somewhere in Europe, fly into somewhere in the United States with air traffic control all the way. So you're literally doing all those frequency changes. You go over the oceanic, you get your oceanic clearance. We're now in ADS-B world, so there's no verbal position reports anymore, just like in real life. But they've sat there, I mean, with the odd break for, 8, 9, 10 hours.
So I'm intrigued by this. I mean, this is brand new for me and probably Jack as well.
Oh, completely.
So how can we go and watch or maybe participate or
Yeah,
where
I mean,
do we
if you
find
just Google VATSIM Cross the Pond on YouTube on April 20th, you'll see plenty of people doing exactly what you're seeing, and you'll be able to watch them and fly along with them. You'll hear them do the approach, and these are, in some cases, they're airline pilots, but in a lot of cases, they're GA pilots or they're student pilots, and they don't certainly have any right to be operating an airliner in real life, but they can get pretty close. Some of the stuff you watch, me being an airline pilot, some of it's a little cringy, but a lot of it is actually surprisingly realistic. And when you watch somebody by themselves, flying an RNAV star all the way through, being vectored onto an approach, and doing that pretty darn well with no training and no experience in an actual plane, it's pretty impressive what we can manage to do.
Do you know how tempting it would be? Okay, autopilot. Okay, I'm going to hit the fridge. I'm going to go turn on the TV for a little bit. No, I mean, this is a very dedicated, reality simulation that...
In this event, yes. So, ATC could call you at any point, and you're kind of expected to be there. A wireless headset works really nice for what you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
So you can jump back to the airplane if you have to. But that's once a year. That's not a regular thing. But on a regular nightly basis, 1-2 hour flights where you might fly from Washington to, Chicago, and there's full air traffic control along the way, and you're talking to 10 or 15 different air traffic controllers, all of whom are spread across the country in their own home doing this in the same way. And we should talk a little bit about that too, because we have a massive air traffic controller shortage now. And what a great way to, as a student air traffic controller, learn about airspace. We have access here in the United States to real-world SOPs, real-world letters of agreement between facilities. So if you're hoping to become a controller one day, what a great way to practice. It's one thing to be able to try to fly a flight simulator, but that's always going to be different. ATC, I mean, if you're a radar controller, the radar screen that you look at for home flight simulation is the same. There's no difference whatsoever. And so that's a really interesting way for us to be thinking about how do we find that next generation of controllers. Well, here's a bunch of people who are doing it in their spare time.
We're coming up on just about the last couple minutes, Evan, but we're going to have a little fun. What has been the most enjoyable flight sim experience that you've personally gone through?
Gosh, that's a tough question.
That's a tough one. What's one of your favorite aircraft that maybe you hit repeat on or you just want to keep getting back into?
For me, I'm a big air traffic control nerd, actually.
Okay.
And so the most fun experiences I have are when we get 30 or 40 of us together in a room and we run an event that is very similar to what you'd see in real life, where there's people working the tower, there's people working the radar. You're all there talking to each other. Those are my favorite experiences, and we do that a couple times a year.
It's kind of an updated versions of Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
Oh, very much.
It's our flight sim version of that, yeah. And just, can I take it back to training just real quick? Because I do want to share one interesting stat. We were talking about certified devices and logging time. One of the really interesting things that we've just done is a study of certificated pilots. We asked about 1,000, when did you get your certificate? So how many hours of training did it take? And we asked them, did you use Flight Sim as part of that? And so we were comparing, okay, if you used Flight Sim, how many hours did it take you to get your certificate? If you didn't, how many hours? It's about a 6-hour savings. So that's 6 hours of time that you don't need to be paying a CFI, don't need to be flying an airplane, don't need to be burning fuel, and you'll get your certificate. And so that's really where we talk about the impact. Guys ask, okay, can I log this time? Again, that's what I said. It's about logging less time. It's about being that proficient, that much better in a shorter amount of time, getting all that stuff that you can not deal with in the actual airplane, learning the GPS, learning the procedures, running the checklist. Let's do that all before we get in the airplane, and let's use the airplane time for the hands and feet, for the stalls, for the steep turns, for the important stuff.
So do you have some sims, or you wear some sims here on campus that folks can go by and sit down, strap in, and do some
Absolutely,
flying?
yeah. So there's a number of exhibitors. Redbird's here, for example, but our Flight Sim Experience Center, located in the Future and Flight Plaza, is designed for exactly this. So we're running about 10 or 15-minute demonstrations where you can jump in, airliner sim, Cessna 172 G1000, launch off a carrier in virtual reality, whatever is exciting to you. You can do all of them if you want. It's all totally free in the Future and Flight Plaza, and we'll be here for the rest of the show. So that's really why we're here, is to give folks that opportunity to get in and try this stuff themselves. So I'd encourage anyone for the next couple days to come by and see us.
Evan Ryder, Flight Simulation Association and Flight Sim Expo, telling us it's never too young, never too old, just to be able to work a full-time job and still get to go home and do some flight sim experience.
You're right.
You know, and if the weather's too cloudy outside and you just want to kick back in your own home environment or somewhere else and do some flight sim, the opportunity's there. Save on some money, get your experience. You know, like you said, last time in the logbook will be more knowledge, you know, if it's at home or somewhere else with the flight sim, but just bringing that knowledge together and just helping everybody express it's available. Website, by chance?
Yes, flightsimassociation.com, or just Google Flight Simulation Association. And our annual convention coming up in June, on June 21st to 23rd in Las Vegas. We'll give you a deep dive into all of this. Totally good for beginners. Obviously, for those who are flight simmers, it's great as well. That's flightsimexpo.com.
Excellent. Evan, we thank you. We're about to go to break here at the top of the hour, so we thank you for your time. Chats from the Deck Live 2024.
Thank you both.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus nonstop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Calling all pilots and aircraft enthusiasts. Don't miss out on the Flyby Showcase, a complimentary activity at Sun and Fun. Show off your aircraft in flight at the show center while a description of your pride and joy is shared with the crowd. Join us daily at 9 a.m. for a briefing about the flyby pattern and staging times. Each aircraft or group has exclusive use of the pattern for up to 6 minutes. It's a fantastic opportunity to exhibit your aircraft in action to the many guests at the event. See you at the Flyby Showcase, featured daily from 10:30 a.m. until 12 p.m.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Dun, 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 dun. Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Fly GRB, they are just outside the radio station here. Have a great chance, great opportunity to register and a chance to win, I believe, a family 4-pack to go up to that Big Brother air show up north in Wisconsin called Oshkosh Air Adventure. But if you're here now, you're at Sun and Fun. You're at the nation's busiest airport here at Lakeland Linder International. We have blue skies, beautiful sunshine. Thank you, Mother Nature, for bringing that on. And part of this, Randy and I are going to be talking to Gary, the program manager, engineer of weather technology in the cockpit program. I do not call myself a meteorologist by any means, but being a Part 91 dispatcher, of course, I'm using any available resource I have, which is more or less online, you know, and of course my weather rock. It's great.
Right.
I put it outside. It comes in. It's dry. You know, beautiful weather. It's, you know, it comes
Sure.
inside wet. Yeah, but that's not the technology that we're using nowadays. So Gary, good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for
Excellent.
having me
Welcome.
again.
Welcome.
So I want to, before we start even, I want to do one quick shout out for myself. We have two of my colleagues at 1 o'clock are doing a briefing up at the Academy. It's called Perception versus Reality. And that has really gotten really good reviews. It identifies a lot of human factors and errors people make. And I really hope some of your listeners will make their way up to the Academy and listen to this. Everybody who's gone has really liked the forum and found it an area of weather they never even think about.
And that's at 1 p.m. today
1 p.m.
at the
Academy.
At Central Florida Aerospace Academy, which is the 3-story public high school.
Correct.
That is actually just to the left. If you're coming in the main gate, if you turn left, you'll see the 3-story building there behind the 727. Right behind that. So,
Yep.
Good point.
And I was talking to you this morning already about one of the perception things we had that kind of maybe will motivate people. I was telling you a study that we just finished looking for issues that pilots may have, and it was trying to whether or not they understand the uncertainty in observations. We know that a lot of pilots don't trust forecasts. You know, they think, oh, it's not accurate. But they forget that an observation is only accurate at one point in space and at one period in time, and don't necessarily allow that, you know, like the stock market, just what it did a couple weeks ago is not necessarily an indication of what it's going to do tomorrow. And I think a lot of people have either made money or lost money, sometimes trying to believe that what it's been doing the last few weeks is what it's going to do the next few weeks. So we've tried to do those kinds of studies. So one of the ones that I was just telling you about that I really wanted to mention, in doing this, what we did was we had a lot of areas and we showed different zoom levels where you'd bring in more observation stations. We had 3 levels. You'd start out further out, then you'd get more stations and more stations. And one of the perceptions that came up is as we zoomed down, and this is real, we did not create this to do the study. I want to emphasize this was based on an accident. So as we zoomed in, more and more of the stations were green, VFR. So you got tons of green. And what was happening, what we saw is what we call an illusion of precision. The fact that you had loads of green and only one IFR dot and one MVFR dot. People believed, oh, it was VFR. And then we also had them rate their confidence. Their confidence, they all picked VFR except one guy who correctly got it as IFR. And the confidence rating, even when they would change their minds as we got zooms, all of them started at VFR, some then moved to MVFR, and then they moved back to VFR. Their confidence was super high. So we had a case of only 1 out of 30 got it right, confidence super high, high confidence, low performance. And the trick was what they didn't look at, and this is one of the things I want to highlight, is the one dot that showed IFR conditions was in the same valley. So if you looked at where all the dots were, you had mountains on both sides. All the other green dots were on the other sides of the mountains. Pilots have to recognize that terrain has a major impact on the weather. And when you're pre-briefing, you can't get caught up by that illusion, oh, it's clear everywhere. And I was telling you before, the one guy who got it right had fallen for that before. He flew in a mountainous area, and he said in this particular area when he was new, he didn't realize that, got into trouble. He said he'd never make that mistake again, and he recognized immediately that that was the only dot at the same level where the IFR rating was. So the station was reporting IFR conditions. So that's one of the tips I want to put out. If you're self-briefing, don't just look at the information. You got to take into account where that is, and that's one of the things of the difference between perception and reality. 100 green dots, if they're not relevant to that place, isn't much value.
As a professional pilot myself, there are two things that I stress on every flight. One is fuel. I don't sweat fuel. If there's any doubt, and Jack being a dispatcher understands this. The second thing is my go no go is weather. I don't sweat. I just tell folks I don't sweat weather. I don't sweat fuel. Those two factors have to line up. Then we can talk about going flying.
Right. No, definitely. And the other thing, it's one of the most common things. We look at a lot of NTSB accidents to get our research, and we actually come here a lot to hear people's stories. And this whole, some of these forums, we've gotten a couple actions to go back and look. But like you're saying, one of the most common things you'll see when pilots survive an accident is there's some point they go, should I turn around? Once you start getting that doubt, more times than not, if you turn around, you're probably going to make it to tomorrow. If you choose the other option that you're doubting, you're taking a risk. And you sort of have to look at it more that way. Do I feel like gambling today?
I think it's a point where you don't know if you made the right choice, but everyone knows if you made the wrong choice.
Exactly.
It's kind of that situation.
And we hear that with forecasts too. You don't know how many people come in, why are your forecasts so bad? And they'll be like, what do you mean? Well, I was going to go yesterday, and it was a 70% chance of severe thunderstorms. And I called up, I looked afterwards, and the airport was clear, and I go, well, did you look everywhere else? Just because it wasn't severe, were there still thunderstorms? Was it only a half a mile away from the airport? Should you have gone, or are you just telling me you could have gone? Nobody ever looks. So that's one of the other things we've been talking about is when you do a pre-flight to practice, go back and see. If you made a go decision, get more comfortable, and go back a couple hours later. If you would have made a go decision, don't sit there and say, I could have gone. Go, did I still make a good decision? Was the risk high? Was there turbulence? Were there other things that I'm glad I didn't go? So those are ways to kind of get more comfortable with weather and get feedback. If you walk away, you think you made a good decision, but if somebody told you were 1 minute away of having a problem, would you view that as a good decision then, or would you just say, I got lucky?
It's hard for a pilot to probably also explain to the passengers. I'm sure you may not have the situation, but ladies and gentlemen, sorry, we're going to have to scrub today, or we're going to have to postpone. But why? It's beautiful weather outside, but of course they're working with ATC that may have, edicts, or, the ATC, has, such a bad weather situation en route, et cetera. So pilots also have to kind of be a PR, associate as well to the passengers. Commercial won't have that. Commercial is going to just cancel a flight in full, but they're relying, on your resources, your technology and research, to have safe flights and not make the news.
And that's what we're trying to do, or highlight things. So another study we just completed that was done by Embry-Riddle was looking at the pros and cons of a self-briefing versus a specialist briefing. And some of the things almost make sense if you think about it. They're both really good. We also have a control group. Taking a self-briefing was clearly better than not doing anything except watching like weather news or something like that on a channel. But one of the things we found is there are strengths and weaknesses, and some of them kind of make sense. Calling a specialist was much better in providing clarity. And what I mean by that is when you self-brief, they're really good at looking en route, but understanding more meteorological cues. Like if you see a mountaintop that's maybe just a little off your route, and it's, say, 34 degrees at noon, and there's clouds rolling in, you should start thinking icing might come into my route. Well, a lot of pilots weren't doing that on self-briefings, but the specialists would highlight these sort of risks, or more, I'm going to call them more meteorological phenomena. They're looking for cues of where problems could occur. If you're leaving later, the idea it might drop 5 degrees and more moisture may move in. You can see those things on forecasts, and you should be aware that that icing, where it is and where it's coming from, so if it starts being a problem, you don't turn into it. And again, we've seen accidents where pilots don't do that, and they actually go where the problem is because they don't have a good mental model of where everything is located. And then on the self-briefing side, one of the things where you do better on that, and this also makes sense, is when weather's decaying, it's really hard for a specialist to describe motion and time. So you get a much better image in your mind. If you actually see a picture and the storm's moving, you kind of get a better sense of how fast it's moving and where it's going to be. So for those things, it works well.
Gary, we're going to be cutting short on time here, but
Okay.
Gary, program manager with Engineer Weather Technology in the cockpit program, the research that goes behind keeping our passengers and our captains and all airlines, aircraft, you name it, safe in the air. So we thank you for the research that your team provides to the FAA. We're about to go to break, but stay tuned. More to come. 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio on WPEP 788 1510 AM and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Do you want to tour our entire flight line without all the walking? Get ready for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun, sponsored by EAA 797. Take a 20 to 30 minute ride through the flight line area and witness the incredible array of aircraft on display. From vintage classics to cutting-edge marvels, there's something for everyone. Don't miss this unique opportunity to soar above the excitement. Book your ride today and make memories that will last a lifetime.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com. Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits. Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Phillips 66 is proud to present the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center located at the island. Whether you're looking to chart your course or stay updated with self-serve weather services, we've got you covered. The The Pilot Welcome Center operates daily from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Feel free to drop by and discover the exciting products and services offered by our sponsor, Phillips 66. Make sure to turn in your Sun and Fun pilot registration card to be part of the Pratt & Whitney Fly in Style program and have a chance to win fantastic prizes drawn from the submissions.
Since 1939, AOPA has protected the freedom to fly as the world's largest community of pilots, aircraft owners, and aviation enthusiasts, with representatives based in Frederick, Maryland, Washington, D.C., and 7 regions across the United States. The association provides member services, including advocacy at the federal, state, and local levels, legal services, flight training and safety programs, and award-winning media. AOPA specializes in making aviation more accessible to everyone.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by My Airport, Green Bay Austin Straubel International.
Welcome to Sun Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, once again brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo, also the 30th annual celebration for Sun and Fun Radio. Has been, producing and providing live programming for 30 years now. I'm sure Mr. Shellbetter's, smiling because, things have been a lot different than the way it was. But, no, we appreciate the opportunity to be here. Randy's Bibbs up here with me. And, Randy, I'm kind of enjoying the weather, but ready to take this off. It's warming up just a little bit. So
Great, beautiful, beautiful day.
It is.
Beautiful day. Beautiful night coming ahead.
The nighttime air show. Can't wait for that.
Show.
And then fireworks. Yeah.
Best night, best day of Sun and Fun right here, in my opinion.
Yep. Randy is an aspiring artist as well as a pilot, so he showed me some of his artwork, and it's just it becomes a personal tribute when you put time into something that you really enjoy, whether it's a painting, whether it's modeling, whether it's just who knows, maybe you're a poet, you never know, but you have that passion for some artwork of some kind, or you might just want to collect it. My bride, my wife, is probably going to put a ruling in the house. Do not bring any more, artwork back in. I've got my little man cave that, I want to expand into the bedroom, maybe into the office, but I'm sure there's going to be a day where she's like, no, enough. But, if you are a good collector of artwork, that is bringing up our next guest, Mr. Craig Tinder with Aces in Action. Craig,
yeah, thank
good
you.
morning.
Good morning. Thank you
Excellent.
so much for having me. It's an honor to be here at the 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun. And like you said, such a great day. The weather's fantastic, and the flying is going to be amazing. So,
well, Craig, lots of friends and family know I paint, and you're so good, and not really. But they all ask me, why don't you paint airplanes? You're a pilot. You're an aviation enthusiast. Why do you not paint airplanes? And Craig brought a couple of samples of work here. And well, that's exactly why I don't. This is truly works of art, and I'm nowhere near that capable. So anyway.
well, first and foremost, it is a labor of love. It's a passion. I have been a fan of the aviation art genre my whole life, back to the Robert Taylor prints, and just all of the classic artists and so forth. I actually grew up in Reno, Nevada, of all places. So I grew up hanging on the fences of the Reno Air Races from the time I was just a little squirt. My father was an architect, designed a number of the casinos in Reno. And so every year when he became into management, he hosted a lot of the pilots. And as a small child at 5, 6, 7 years old in the early 80s, I would sit and have dinner with Pappy Boeington and Mike Coato. Wow. Bob Hoover would sit there at the table, and I always asked my dad, I said, why are these old guys so angry and they curse a lot with these stories? And my dad said, you have no idea who you are sitting with right now. Just absorb and listen. And it really did. It impacted my life. I was always the kid in the back of the class that was sketching pictures, sketching aircraft, wildlife illustrations, so on and so forth. And later I got into high school, and I became the senior artist of the year. I had done a bunch of nature signs for a wildlife exhibit, and I thought this would be great if I could become an artist. And my dad, being an architect, actually was a professor in the art and architecture world, said, "You're not going to become an artist. There's more for someone with with that talent that I could go into. And so I actually became a user interface design engineer for Hewlett Packard for many years. So I worked on the technical side, and I was able to use my art in a career angle where I could do online illustration. I could do product design. I ended up going and getting a master's in business administration. Eventually had a great career with a lot of wonderful companies. And up until about 6 years ago, aviation art was a side hustle. And I always was working, going home at night after a long, stressful day and sketching, painting, and what have you. And it was back in the early 2000s where a very famous Marine Corps ace named Jim Sweat, who was a Medal of Honor recipient, actually went ahead and commissioned me to do a painting for him, and a number of his squadron mates all followed suit. And it really inspired me to understand how I could do this full time. And so through the process in working with veterans and working with famous pilots such as Chuck Yeager, Bud Anderson, Dean Caswell, the list goes on and on. We always had autographs on our artwork from these great pilots, and it was a momentous occasion to be honored by these heroes that you're depicting, and to get their autographs on your artwork. And so once we started to lose these pilots over time, I realized there's another world of aviation artwork that I think could start to happen. And so I was collecting fragments of aircraft and including them in shadow boxes, and then writing these stories about where the fragments came from and putting them on the certificates of authenticity on the back of the artwork. And it wasn't until one of my kids came up to me and said, "Dad, when you're not here to tell the story, how does anybody know what this is about?" And it finally clicked, and that's when I decided that relic art needed to be told in more of a storytelling fashion. It's not just paintings of beautiful aircraft with skies and colors, but it's telling the story of what happened in history. So I see myself as a storyteller first, a historian second, and then the art is what links all of it together. I just recently, here in October, was commissioned by the Tuskegee Airmen National Chapter.
Congratulations!
Thank you so much. It was such an enormous honor to be asked to help them with their monument and actually designing a granite monument at Walterboro, South Carolina, Army Air Corps Field, where it was the last training mission where the Tuskegee Airmen flew from before they were sent overseas. And so I created a number of new art pieces for that. And Dr. Eugene Richardson, who's one of the remaining Tuskegee Airmen that we have, was there on hand and was able to, he and I were able to share a moment to talk about his experience and talk about the artwork and how these pieces are going to be there for the test of time. And then I went back with the CAF and contacted their Rise Above Squadron, and I said, I'm a relic artist. I include pieces of aircraft in my art pieces. Would you guys be able to donate a piece of your P-51C that's painted in the livery of the Tuskegee Airmen? And sure enough, they did. And so now we believe that this is the first tactile monument of its kind, where you can walk up, you can see the artwork, you can read the story, but now the school kids who go visit can actually touch a piece of the airplane because we've embedded it inside the marble casing of the monument. So it's just been a real opportunity, and we've gotten so much great support. So moving here to Orlando here a number of months ago, my family and I thought this was a great area to take on the next chapter of our lives. So I've recently opened an art gallery on International Drive in Orlando, right across the street from the Titanic Exhibition Museum, and it's just 4 minutes from the gates of Universal Studios. So if you're ever looking for something different to get away from maybe the crowds and the heat and the strollers, come on over to Aces in Action Historical Art Gallery and take a look at what we have to offer. How
many pieces do you keep in the gallery at one time, and do they rotate from time to time?
Yeah, that's a great question. Okay. Yes, they do. I have now about 150 pieces of artwork in my collection, and in the gallery at any time I keep about 60. That's about all the space I actually have. But as new pieces come out, we rotate those out. I'm doing a commission now for a family of a pilot of a B-17 that flew the mission to Schweinfurt, one of the famous missions the very first ones, and that print will be coming out. That'll be posted in the gallery. I just completed a commission for an F-86 Sabre pilot who flew in the Korean War, and it just coincided when I was finishing the final touches on the print. The family happened to be coming through Florida at that point and got to see it in the gallery. So that was just a really nice commemorative way to share it with them.
So yeah, but if you come to the gallery and see, the display, don't feel like if I come back, I'm seeing the same stuff. You have an opportunity to come back later and see something different. Craig, we've got about 30 seconds left. Craig blends his awe-inspiring aviation artwork with authentic historical relics, resulting in stunning limited edition collections that are both educational and visually captivating. So Craig Tinder with Aces in Action, we thank you for being up here. The 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We, thanks to technology, we have our own video live stream, thanks to Austin Green Bay Straubel. So Derek was out here with the camera a few seconds ago, getting some live action pictures, video of your pictures and artwork displays. So we thank you for your time, your passion and all this, and keeping the history alive.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Craig. Appreciate it. We're about to get a break. Thank you.
You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788. 1510 a.m. and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the Golden Age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit monowing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Have you been to Paradise City recently? Light Plains is an area that's also known as Paradise City. This aircraft operations area has static displays, 60-plus exhibits, and the Sunset Aerial Circus. You can attend educational forums on a variety of light plane topics. The lineup is available in the Sun and Fun daily schedule. All of this and more can be enjoyed within view of the 1,400-foot grass runway, where aircraft operations are conducted almost all day and only stopping during the main air show.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Get ready for the thrill of STOL, short takeoff and landings. The fastest growing sport in general aviation is making a comeback at the Grass Strip in Paradise City. Don't miss the STOL Invitational, part of the Sunset Aerial Circus, showcasing breathtaking skills on April 9th, 11th, and 12th at 7 p.m. Visit flysnf.org for all the details. Proudly sponsored by Junkers Aircraft and supported by our valued sponsors. Join us for an unforgettable experience in the sky.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on Aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main south entrance of the expo. Interested in composites, epoxies, or fiberglass? Bill Cabrera from FGCI and Mike Bergen from Custom Tech will guide you to the art of infusion and simple vacuum bagging techniques. Expand your skills and dive into the realm of innovation. Or you can rev up your engines and gear up for some serious maintenance and care insights. The engine workshop is where we're talking engine maintenance and care. Don't miss out on expert tips to keep your engines running smoothly.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport here at Lakeland Linder International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We cannot have any happier of a weather condition for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, keep on coming out. Don't let the lines distract you. Let the weather be your primary advantage out here for this upcoming weekend. And a part of this is you're going to take it home with you. One of these experiences you can take home with you is part of the Plane Tags and Moto Art, group. So, Randy's actually going to introduce our next set of guests here.
Okay. Good morning, Sun and Fun. Good morning, Jack. We're here with Dave Hall and a very dear friend, Ramona Cox, Sky Chick. We have a core group of friends we kind of run with at the Airshow scene, and Ramona's kind of in that inner circle. And Dave, well, he's there. We spend a lot of time with these guys, and we just had a great painter here showing some of his artwork, and Dave produces functioning artwork.
Right, functional art.
Functional, and it's as beautiful. It's as beautiful as it is functional. It is amazing work you guys do there at Moto Art.
Great, thank you. We've been doing it for nearly 25 years now, and Moto Art's still doing great. We're actually working on much larger exhibits. As one of our bigger projects right now is Charlotte Airport, where they contracted us to do 3 information booths. One's made out of a 777 engine cowling off an ANA aircraft. We have a KLM fuselage information booth, and we got a beautiful Rolls-Royce engine cowling that we're doing as an information booth as well. But the main icon is something we've been working on for last year, and that's a MD-82 T-tail that we took off an American Airlines, and it's going right there in the new concourse that will open up in September, and it's spectacular. It was a little bit bigger of a project than I had hoped for. It was certainly a fingernail biter, but we got it in this week, and it's stunning.
So it's an actual full-scale T-tail off of this MD-88?
MD-82.
Yeah, 82.
Yeah, American Airlines. So we got it out of Roswell. It's one of those things. The airport approached us. We did another airport with them up in San Luis Obispo. It was a success, and the same architect approached us about a year ago. And, of course, I'm like, yes, of course. And then, boom, here comes the contract for this T-tail. And we end up going to Roswell, New Mexico to source the T-tail off the MD-82 and brought it to our shop in Torrance, California. Of course, we had to have it fully engineered. And what was really kind of cool about it, we actually had this huge T-tail in the back of our shop set up for a few days. It was quite spectacular. Then we had to do the oversized loads and escort it all the way out to Charlotte, and they installed it this week.
So you did not disassemble this thing?
Oh no, we fully disassembled it.
Oh.
You know, what's funny about this is we know how to disassemble everything, right? That's what we do is we cut up airplanes. Putting it back together again was something that we don't typically do. So it was quite the challenge, but it's in. Everyone's happy. I've heard rave reviews, and they're blogging about it and posting online. And so if you want to see it, Charlotte Airport, they put a tweet out last night on X, Twitter, showing the images of it.
Dave, when a client comes to you, do they have an idea of kind of what they're wanting already, or do you just take the space and picture it in your mind and like, I've got the greatest idea for you? I mean, what's the easiest way to kind of work with that?
A little both. For Charlotte, you know, I worked with the same architect. We knew we wanted to do something big and grand. It's kind of like more of an iconic piece. You know, what they're really trying to do is they want to walk through the airport and they want to, like, one wall be nothing but tail numbers, and you know, one area they want a landing gear. They want to really kind of teach people as they walk through the airport about aviation. And this was the one iconic piece that they wanted, and asked us if we could build it for them. So that's how that one came about.
And you said Moto Art's been 25 years in the making and still progressing, expanding, coming up. We're talking about conference tables in past years. What other pieces of furniture or items that could you describe have been produced?
Well, geez, we have such a...
Too vast.
Yeah, too vast. I mean, we've been doing, I think we've produced over, 100 different series of Moto Art. You know, we really tapped into the conference table and reception. You know, when we started out, you know, we found out real quick our market was corporate. Mm-hmm. You know, when you get a wing, you know, I always say when you get a wing off of a stabilizer and get it to your shop, well, you're already into it for thousands of dollars, and a lot of people don't even realize that. You know, before we pick up a tool, we're already in it for $3,000 before we start polishing it and put the legs on it and all that. So it's a very high-end game. We have, on staff, about 25 people, Ramona, that do the sanding and polishing. We have wood fabricators, metal fabricators. But I got to tell you, we're becoming more and more picky about the clients that we're working with and the projects that we're working with because the plane tags have been so successful. We're just being pulled in so many different directions, and so we're just really kind of looking for the higher end projects at this point.
What we know you use engine cowlings and flight control services and wings and primary and secondary flight controls as your platform to build this functioning art. Mm-hmm. Do you step outside of the aviation and use other machines, if you will, in fabricating, or is it strictly aviation?
You know, it's funny. That's why I called it Moto Art a long time ago. I wanted to be we do trains and we do cars, but I tell you, we got stuck in the aviation world, and it's so high flying, and that's where we've been ever since.
And in terms of the sales, because I've been in sales since the company started, is that I will almost interview the clients because we have a lot of historic War II, and I say, what's your interest? Are you an enthusiast or did you fly? And then once I can identify that, then it makes it easier for me to customize whatever it is that I think that they would love sitting at every day, whether it's their executive desk or their conference room table. So that works out really, really well. And then I've switched over to plane tags. I'm still with Moto Art, but now I'm working with plane tags and bringing in the museums. And that's what's really, really fun, because it's a no-brainer. It's 100% win-win for the museum. They do nothing. I mean, they will give us a skin, we take it, we package it, we market it, we do everything, and then that museum gets a percentage of the tags. We make the sales, they get a percentage of every sale, so we can make a fortune for the museums. And I mean, we're already Smithsonian, Pima, Naval Air and Space, Yanks. We have a lot of majors, and I contacted 10 major museums last week. Every single one was interested, because it's literally, they cannot lose. It's 100% win-win, particularly in their favor, because it doesn't cost them anything.
Well, and they're advocates of it because it's education.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
very much.
You know, whether your client is 4 feet tall or 6'5", they're all fans of it. And what's nice too is we put their logos on the back of the card, so you can always tell what museum it's coming from. So it's been great. And again, the commercial aircraft, I know, I'm sure we have a lot of fans out here for commercial aircraft, but we've partnered with Delta and American, United, raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for the family funds.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So you actually punch these plane tags out of actual aircraft skin, like that once flew in the stratosphere. You're
Right.
cutting these things out of the actual skin.
Right. You know, it was a no-brainer. I mean, we've been making all this great furniture for all these years, and you know, we had these skins, and away we went. And what's great is, again, the big contracts for the commercial airlines are coming up. We're doing American Express cards now out of them, and then, you know, these adventures are crazy. I mean, just like I have one coming up that was a AN-24 Antonov that was hijacked in Key West, hijacked in Cuba. A guy walked on with 2 grenades, and it landed in Key West, and we were literally called in the middle of Christmas break to get down to Key West on January 1st to be able to work on this Antonov, and that's coming up in a couple weeks, and it's just so fun. All these have such great stories to them.
And the tags, I mean, everything from, we have the very first ever B-1B bomber cockpit. We have F-14s, F-18s,
F-16s.
F-16s.
Wow.
But I mean, we have right now we have Japanese Zero there, of which we're almost out. If somebody wants a Japanese Zero tag, they got to get it now. P-38, P-51D. We have a Messerschmitt, and what's the aircraft that shot down Louis Zamperini?
Oh, I was just thinking, we just got some P-51A material in. I mean, talk about rare. So, and that's what's coming from the museums. You know, they're pulling out some really incredible relic skins for us to work with, which is great.
Right, and we're making so much money for the foundation, for the museum, that they're telling other museums, if you have skin, give it to them, because it's a no-brainer.
It's a great educational tool.
It is. It is.
Right.
Your card, the card that the tag comes on is a piece of art in and of itself.
Right.
With data on the aircraft, the serial number, you know, it's a piece of art itself. And we discussed the other day that you don't want to take the tag off of the card.
No one does.
You know,
anymore.
it's fantastic.
Nope, you still got your Superman and that original, you know, box with the clear casing on it. You don't touch it. You don't touch it. You know, Dave and Ramona, we thank you for being up here with Motor Art and Plane Tags. Before we let you go, someday I want to hear a story of a contract or a merger or something that took place, you know, through Motor Art on one of your, you know, your tables or, you know, something. Where, you know, you guys are going to hear that story from one of these companies, like our company merged with this company on a Motor Art, you know, conference table.
Yeah.
So it'll come. It'll come someday. But thank you again. 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Thank you for being up here live from the chats from the deck live. Excuse me, as I'm getting tongue-tied here. We're about to do some shout-outs here as we get ready for our next guest coming up on deck. But with our shout-outs, just a quick little chance to display your appreciation, your love, or just, you know, that special someone to be recognized. So real quickly, we're going to go to Mr. Craig Tinder that we had up here a little while ago. Be sure to visit ACES in Action, the aviation relic art of artist Craig Tinder in booth November 026. We are offering free shipping and show specials. We also have Miss Amy Campbell. Prepare to gear up for the Sun and Fun road race taking place at Lakeland International Airport. I am behind the game on that one. That actually took place this morning at 7 a.m. That 5K could not have been any better as far as weather, the turnout, the funding that goes towards, of course, goes back into our educational programs. We thank you, Miss Amy, and the City of Lakeland International for providing that. We also have, let's see, we got Lisa Holton. Don't forget to come meet Jimmy from Jimmy's World. He'll be at the Aerospace Auctions, booth Charlie 85. We also have Mr. Dan Coyne. Thank you, Linda and Roy Brewer, for hosting myself at your house during Sun and Fun. Linda's great cooking, that Southern hospitality. We say yes, ma'am, yes, sir, here in the South. We don't get corrected that often, but we were raised correctly. Ladies and gentlemen, you're here at the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. This is Jack Mason. I am a Part 91 dispatcher coming to you from the deck. We are brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are here at the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. The beautiful live air show is going to take place today at 1 o'clock. Stay tuned for the nighttime air show that's coming up with the most perfect display of fireworks coming up after that. So, I'm getting just excited. Randy, it's coming up in just a few hours, and we've had a great week. We still got about a day and a half left of all this, and I know that you've been camping out there.
I have. Well, not really. It's kind of a luxury camper. But,
Okay.
But you don't tell anyone. Yeah, I've been out there.
But the opportunity is not, there to have to get in a car, go back to the hotel or anything. So you get to kind of stay here behind the scenes a little after hours and enjoy some of the, what the crowd doesn't really get to see. We got to stay last night and take pictures off the flight line. The crowd had kind of dissipated, and it's fun to see the families and get out there and walk a little closer than they could probably during the daytime to some of these aircraft. And
don't get me wrong, I love it. I love
no,
there's
completely.
no place I'd rather be. Ian Lockwood of Lockwood Aviation Air Cam, he and I are really good friends, and so I camp out with those guys, or we camp together every year. So it's been a thing, and Saturday is the day for the show. For me, this night show, I did the Airshow circuit for about 15 years and did dozens of shows every year, and all the big ones and several small ones. And Sun and Fun by far had become very early on my most favored show to do. And then of the favorite show, the night air show is absolutely spectacular. Wednesday night, if you had the opportunity to see that, amazing. I've seen dozens of rock concerts and outdoor events, and trust me, folks, this thing will knock your socks off.
Oh, literally.
Literally.
The noise, the impact.
The lasers, the smoke, the airplanes flying, the drones, all this coupled together with music. The best family-friendly event. Completely.
Incredible.
Yep. Incredible.
That'll be starting tonight at 7 p.m. here at the Lakeland International Airport, with the Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We also have out here the Central Florida Aerospace Academy. Little background noise out there. You can't be live without some feedback there. We also have Sleepy Hill Middle School that has an aviation program. We also have Polk State out here providing from degrees with aerospace, dispatching, you name it. That's part of it. So the group that starts off is, of course, the young aviators, whether they're going to get into engineering, A&P, avionics, dispatching, piloting. What else is out here now? Drone work. You can become a drone. Digital artwork, as we have been seeing. Creative artwork with aviation. So there's so many fields out here. But how do we get that younger generation involved? So we're up here now with Mr. Alan Cortez, that's going to kind of talk to us a little bit about getting kids involved in aviation at a young age. Alan, good morning.
Good morning. How you doing, sir?
Very well. My name's Jack. This is Randy. We hadn't had a full chance to kind of sit and meet with you, too briefly beforehand. So we're meeting you as we talk live here at the same time.
Cool. Awesome.
Excellent.
Yeah, I just wanted to come on here and explain kind of importance of getting young aviators started at a young time and the resources and stuff. I grew up going to Sun and Fun and being in Civil Air Patrol. So I got a lot of opportunities to be around airplanes when I was young and at a really low cost. A lot of people think that, to get into aviation, you have to have, you need a budget or you have to have some money to get involved or get your kids involved. And I'm seeing a little bit less of that over the years start to happen because there's not as many resources. So I just wanted to come on and just kind of share my experience on how easy it was, for my parents to get me involved,
And Alan, when you say experience, we're talking within the past 10 years?
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah.
So recently.
Yeah, so I'm 25. I got involved with it when I was around 12 or 13. I started off in Civil Air Patrol, which is like an air cadet program. It's almost like an ROTC program, but you get a lot of one-on-one experience with airplanes. And I got introduced to Young Eagles, a Young Eagles event at some air show when I was younger. I don't remember which one it was, but there's a lot of resources for people that are young and, anybody that's a minor adolescent to get around aviation. For example, when I was young, I started off on Microsoft Flight Simulator on 2004, and that was something that was really cool back then because you didn't see a lot of that stuff around. It was something that was starting off. I mean, they had it back in 80s or 90s or whatnot, but the way it's worked now, like all the avionics and flight controls are really realistic, and it's just something that's really cool. It doesn't have a lot of cost to it, and it introduces people to, see if you have a love for aviation or not when you're young.
We also had the gentleman up here earlier, talking about, being able to do that at home, but also kind of get over the young adult, maybe, that fear of being able to talk on the radio or just, not being able to break out of their shell and communicate in front of a flight instructor where they can do that at home, kind of in their pastime. Coming from a younger age and, of course, getting into aviation, what started that? I mean, you talk about Young Eagles, but, was it just one day that, it's like, I love airplanes, or was it that easy, or did it take a little more family involvement?
Yeah, so there's definitely, when you're growing up, you're either introverted or extroverted.
Mm-hmm.
I was quite introverted when I started off. being in a cadet program, whether it's Civil Air Patrol or Young Eagles or whatnot, whatever, those type of groups really open up the doors to really be communicative with other people and the organizations. And, you get to meet a lot of people, you get friendly around them, and then you become more comfortable, being around those type of environments. So definitely Civil Air Patrol was something that helped me a lot with leadership. It was something that opened up the doors for me to not be so shy, not be so introverted or whatnot, but it also gave me the experience. Same thing with Young Eagles is to get into a plane for the very first time and to fly, to have an orientation flight, and to grab the controls for a few minutes and see, hey, maybe aviation's something that you might like, And I feel like a lot of my buddies as well, when I was young, they got introduced the same way, and some of them are flying commercial, some of them are in the military now. Some are doing their own thing, but they have leadership skills, and I just think there's a lot of resources out there for anybody, even at any age group. It doesn't have to be, adolescent age group or whatnot, but there's a lot of things that like cadet programs and aerospace programs and memberships where you don't have to necessarily own an airplane to get introduced to it. So I thought that was really cool. Wanted to come in here and talk a little bit about it.
We got to thank our instructors, our educators, because they are giving back. They are, taking those real world experiences, from, maybe years past, and then relating to, I was there at one time. I was actually that youngster, so, and when they ask questions, we are ready as an older generation to respond, or at least we should, because, they are here. They are here to learn and take over our spots in aviation someday. One of the cool things I was actually told, Shelter Aviation is out here on the Lakeland Linder Field, and come by the FBO. Parents, if your kid's interested, just bring them by the FBO. They may not be able to go actually on the ramp, but they can actually, see the aircraft firsthand, see how an FBO operation works. You never know who you're going to meet. And that's what we have always told the students, and like yourself, is be friendly. Take a name. Stay in contact. Never burn a bridge. Now, a younger generation may not realize that, but we always talk about you never know when that associate you met someday could be, your PIC, your SIC. The aviation community is so small at times, so large at times. It depends on your community and area, but it seems like everybody knows somebody that knows somebody in aviation.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And, a lot of these people that are dedicating time are volunteers. Some of them don't even get paid. Young Eagles is a volunteer organization, same with Civil Air Patrol. There's very few people that get paid hourly or have a career with that. And they, they're adults, and they take their time to dedicate back to the community, and it makes a really big impact. If I wasn't in one of those organizations when I was younger, I don't know where I'd be at today. I have I'm not going to get into it or not, but I ended up getting into an aviation business or whatnot. I won't mention the name on the radio, but all of that really, it skyrocketed, my success from being young to being an adult, and gave me the confidence that I needed, because, you don't have a lot of opportunities in the real world that way, and they're very limited. So you kind of have to go out there and find them. So that's kind of my hope here today, is to let parents know and to let other adults know that there's volunteer organizations, and there's also opportunities for young adults to get inspired in aviation and at low costs. So
I have firsthand experience. I'm actually a member of the Civil Air Patrol, and my local airport, we have a couple of dozen kids that show up every Tuesday night, and these kids are marching in formation. They have ranks, they have duties and responsibilities. Oh, yeah. And we interviewed a national director here of the Civil Air Patrol, and she told us that 16% of those folks actually go on and join up in the military. Wow. They take it through ROTC, like you had mentioned, and join the military and commissioned. And so on top of leadership, it could lead you to a very strong military career
absolutely.
path.
And there's a lot of great incentives in Civil Air Patrol, and you have to work your way up to the ranks. It's not something that's gifted to you. You have to work for it as a young adult. So that teaches you responsibility, and it also teaches you, to have some ambition if that's what you want. But you're actually, there's incentives to get into the military. If you reach a certain rank, then they start you off at a higher at a higher rank. Same thing with ROTC. So that's there's incentives for future careers and goals for young adults.
In 16%, and I mentioned this, 16% seems like a relatively small number, but if you think we're talking about hundreds of thousands of participants, so that 16% can be a pretty good number going directly into the military.
Oh yeah, absolutely, a really positive outcome, definitely.
Alan, I see a company here on our little, cheat sheet card here. Is this the company that we can mention or not mention as far as what we have here?
Yeah, absolutely. That's no problem.
Yep, I'm reading here, Patriot Eagle Detailing. So what part of the business is that you're in?
Yeah, so I do basic cleaning and detailing maintenance and paint restoration out of the Kissimmee Airport for general aviation. I also deal with like small charters and things like that. We're not touching any airliners or whatnot. We're starting off in the first 2 years. There's a lot of requirements to get into a really big international airport to work on airliners. You're going to need quite a bit of insurance. However, we do work on really big charters. We'll work on Gulfstreams, on small single prop or turboprop airplanes. It's just something that we do, detailing, a little bit of paint restoration. So getting back to the organizations, those are the things that introduced me into aviation world. I don't know if I'd be in any type of aviation industry today if I didn't have those introductory flights with some of the volunteers that helped me out, and I'm really grateful. I might not remember some of the names. I was very young, but very grateful since I was young to have that experience.
Yeah, sometimes we don't really need to be recognized. We just know who we are and what we've given to the next generation coming up. And a lot of these organizations also talk about scholarship opportunities. So sometimes we're not always able to afford flight schools, but there are scholarships out there through, Young Eagles programs and Silver Air Patrol, but the scholarships have to be found. So, as parents, we need to, help our children, reach out and look for these as well and, help them along the way. And also the same thing that gets involved parents. Don't just hand your kid off to one of these organizations. Yourself get involved, as well.
Involvement's important.
Yep,
Absolutely.
Absolutely. We're coming up with about the last 15 seconds. So, Alan, we thank you for, continuing as you grow up in your career and, recognizing that, it didn't just stop once I grew up and became 20 years old. I'm still, wanting to assist, and you realize the young adults are out there and need help, and the recognition goes undeserved.
Absolutely.
So,
thank
Alan,
you guys for having me.
you.
It's a pleasure.
We're about to go to break. Thank you.
Hello, this is Trevor Semino from Chart It All. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Phillips 66 is a proud sponsor of the Sun and Fun Pilot Welcome Center and Plaza. With a history leading back more than 95 years in the aviation business, there's a reason why pilots and mechanics depend on Phillips 66 fuels and lubricants. Phillips 66 gives confidence in the cockpit with premium piston engine oils, so there's one less thing to worry about on your flight. You can stop by booth N30 to stock up today with their great oil show specials. For more information, you can visit phillips66lubricants.com.
Looking for exceptional aviation career opportunities? Well, look no further than Piedmont Airlines, a subsidiary of American Airlines. Piedmont operates over 300 daily flights to major hubs like Philadelphia, Chicago, and Charlotte. They're currently seeking experienced pilots and aircraft maintenance technicians to join their team. You can visit booth A42 for more information, or you can go to their website, Piedmont-airlines.com, to explore available sign-on bonuses and what they have to offer. Piedmont Airlines, where your career takes flight.
Discover your future at Southwest Airlines. Southwest is proudly attending Sun and Fun for the first time. Meet with employees from multiple areas within the company, including the Destination 225 Pilot Pathways Program, Technical Operations, and Early Careers and College Internships teams. If you're interested in a career with heart, you can fly by booths 9 and 22 at the Career Fair, or join their Future in Flight info sessions every day at 10 a.m. to learn more. Find more information at careers.southwestair.com. See you there.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A. Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org.
Join the British Air Cadets as they celebrate their 30th year at Sun and Fun. We're proud to welcome 60 Air Cadets and 16 staff from the Royal Air Force Air Cadets, dedicating their time to volunteer at the show. From supporting GAP, GAC, Warbirds to handling ticket sales, they're making it all happen. But it's not all work. Amidst the excitement, they'll experience the warmth of Floridian hospitality and delve into the world of aviation. From aircraft maintenance skills to thrilling visits to MacDill, Cape Canaveral, and Busch Gardens, it's an adventure they'll never forget.
Moms of preschoolers, it's time to blast off into reading. Story time at the Florida Air Museum is here every Tuesday morning at 10. It's an amazing interactive learning experience for kids 2 to 5.
Hi, I'm Miss Jenny Lynn. Come read, sing, and learn with me.
Come to explore the universe with rockets, planes, and space. It's free. Story time, Tuesdays 10 a.m. at Lakeland's Florida Air Museum.
Brighten your flying experience with Aero LED's lights. With LED solutions for virtually every aircraft, Aero LEDs delivers unparalleled performance, efficiency, and reliability for safer skies. Discover their revolutionary designs, exclusive show discounts, and giveaways inside Hangar D. Plus, catch the Aero LEDs in action during the thrilling Titan Aerobatics Twilight Show on Wednesday and Saturday night. Aero LEDs, born in the backcountry, built for adventure.
And now back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. My name is Jack Mason. I have been having such a great time out here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I am one of over the thousands of volunteers that are assisting Sun and Fun, the Aerospace Center for Excellence, putting this on. We could not be here today without the support of all of those volunteers. Part of Sun and Fun is also the Sun and Fun digital media team, and I'm joined up here with Miss Steph Strickland. Good morning, Steph.
How are you doing? I'm glad to be back.
I am going nonstop.
I hear you.
With a smile.
Amen.
I mean, and part of that real quick is that we also are doing live feed this year, thanks to Austin Straubel International. So find us on Facebook at Sun and Fun Radio. See all of our smiling faces.
This has been such a blast to be able to hang with you. Thanks for letting me work in a little bit early today.
Absolutely.
I really appreciate
you.
it. I'm super excited about my guests today.
Absolutely.
You're going to love this. Stick around for this.
Steph,
one.
I'm going to step away. I'm going to grab a quick lunch, and you're going to take over.
You're not
going to
get lunch. I want you listening. Go grab lunch and then listen.
I'm going to be right here.
I'm
Go
giving
for
you
it.
a hard time. You go rest. You do you. This man has been tireless here on the mic. I am joined now by two very good friends of mine. I'm super excited about this. We have Lieutenant Colonel Taylor Flash White with the Thunderbirds, Thunderbirds 7. Hi, how are you?
Hey, Steph. How's it going this morning?
Super good, man. Glad to see you. And Derek Thieler, who's a Hollywood actor and a tireless champion for living a healthy lifestyle, spends a lot of time volunteering to make sure that kids get that message. Hey, Derek, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic.
So why do I have them here? Well, because Derek flew with Flash yesterday, and I wanted to talk about that. So, Flash, I'll start with you. You guys are doing something new this year for people when they get the opportunity, because they're good community citizens, to take a backseat ride. They get to fly in part of the airshow practice. Tell me, that's new. Tell me about that.
Absolutely. We just started that stuff recently. And so normally when we do one of these flights, we would just go single ship out to the airspace, all by ourselves, run through all the maneuvers, and then come home and land, which is still awesome because you're in a Thunderbird jet. But now what we've incorporated is that same piece of the mission where we'll go take off airborne first in front of the demonstration. We'll still do all those single ship maneuvers, but now the coolest part is we rejoin with the actual 6-ship Delta formation and get to perform the Delta butt, belly up pass, the Delta roll, the Delta loop, and the inspirational Delta burst. And we are following, no joke, about 10 feet behind the rest of the formation, raging at 400 or 500 miles an hour, going inverted, and it's epic, and it's an awesome time.
Kyle Fowler, our Long Easy pilot, is calling me right now. I'm not going to take it. I'm going to decline his call. I know why he's calling, because he wants to ask how you did, Derek. Tell me how it went for you yesterday.
It was the ride of my life. It was like a dream come true. I wasn't expecting to be able to be a part of the formations with the other jets.
It was all a surprise. I was so excited about this.
Yeah, it was incredible. I'm an enthusiast when it comes to roller coasters and motorcycles and helicopters. So I was pumped and ready, and I thought I was prepared for this flight. And it really kicked my butt.
Yeah.
It was a lot. It was very intense. I've got so much respect for all these pilots, even more respect than before. But Flash, it was an incredible ride, man. Thank you so much for that experience. And it was, it really, I'll never forget it. Seriously.
You won't, and your video won't let you forget it either, especially the moments where you're like, man, this is really, really hard. Ultimately, how'd you do? How did you do?
Ultimately, I would give myself a B minus. I didn't feel my best up there, but I wanted to make the most of it, so I fought through the way I was feeling because I really wanted to go through all the maneuvers and the paces, but I was a lot less talkative when we landed compared to when we took off, for sure.
Flash, he gets an A+ for no quit.
I was going to say A+ for effort and attitude and just can-do mindset. So, no, Derek, you did great, man. The fact that you just pressed through, we literally did every maneuver. We punched your ticket to the 9G Club, man, so congrats again on that. We joined up with the formation. We did it all, and you did fantastic, man. So it was my pleasure. It was great flying with you, buddy.
One thing that happens for those of you who are listening to this or watching us that you may not realize is that when you're under a certain level of G, you actually can no longer take a breath. The amount of pressure that is sitting on your chest will not allow you to breathe in. I've experienced that feeling, and it sucks because you can say to someone intellectually what that's like, but the moment of panic that sets in when you realize, uh-oh, I can't breathe. How many Gs approximately is that? So when you hit 9G Club, you were in that window.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, there's a lot of prep too. We're going through a full day of like courses, and I'm talking through some of the professionals. Everyone at the Thunderbirds was just incredible, and getting to talk through it, I felt so good about it. And there's a big difference when Flash is holding the model jet and he's showing me the maneuvers we're doing, and in my head I'm like, I can't wait for that. That seems so fun compared to when you're actually doing it and your head's experiencing it. It was a little bit different, but the whole team at the Thunderbirds were just so incredible. So I really insist that people go out and see them at an air show if they possibly can near them.
Can you still take a breath at 7.5 G? When does it start? Okay, so well, I couldn't at 9, so that's for damn sure. Sorry, excuse me. I don't think I can say that. I bleep that out in post, right? But listen, one of the things that's important, Derek was he's done a number of TV shows, a military one called 68 Whiskey with Ron Howard as the executive producer, and a number of other things, a Disney movie, which is a super cute kids movie called The Naughty Nine, among other things. But he's a tireless champion for being a good human and living a healthy lifestyle. That was part of your selection criteria, right? Like, tell me just a little bit about that.
Yep, absolutely, Steph. So we've gone away from just social media influencers just because they have 1 million viewers. That's not the reason we're going to fly them.
Right.
So if they have that, great, but what we care about is the character, the person on the inside. So what they do for the community, those around them, the pride, profession, and precision that we exude as a team, that's what we look for in the people that we're going to fly. So we want to honor them. That's what we're about, right, is inspiring. And so if we find people of good moral character and value and standings, that's what we want to honor, put in the back seat of a Thunderbird jet and go rage and fly with and say thank you as a small token of everything they're doing in the community. And that's what we want to highlight and bring power to, and not just the millions of followers. We want to highlight the character of the person.
Derek did get mobbed by a group of teens who were at the local flight school where we were yesterday, and they were like, oh my gosh, like it was photo after photo. So I thought that was great because we all talk about, trying to attract a younger demographic into our aviation and airshow world, and that's certainly a great way to do it as he shares the Sun and Fun message and the Thunderbird and the recruiting message all through his social media platforms. What was the hardest maneuver that you did yesterday? Maybe technically challenging. Was it hanging upside down in the straps? Like what was hard?
So the hardest one for me is what we call the slow roll. So literally instead of just a fast, quick aileron roll, we slow it down, hit the half frame speed button, and so you have to cross control and input stuff. And as you're rotating through inverted, you have to switch controls. And in order to maintain level of flight, you have to do it at the precise time. Otherwise, your nose is going to fall or climb. So that was the most technically challenging one. The most aggressive one was obviously the 9G Rage Fest that we did to punch the ticket to the 9G Club. And then probably the most fun was the roll with the Delta 6 ship. As we were just tucked in there flying inverted with them rolling around. So that was kind of the different categories there for yesterday's flight.
What made you decide to want to join and become a Thunderbird?
So for me personally, Steph, it was all about when my mom sat me down when I was a junior in high school. She said, hey, I don't care what you do, but do something that matters and makes a difference. And so then I've always been about fighting the fight for other people that can't fight for themselves. I love being able to support people, help people. And so I was like, what better way than to follow after my dad, who was an Air Force pilot, F-16 as well, than to join the military. So that's where it started for me, and that's where we're continuing to take it.
Between you and Mock in the F-35, whose dad also was a military jet pilot, mom was a tanker pilot, it's interesting to see the connection between an aviation family. And in our remaining minute, Derek, I'll ask you, one of the things that made you want to become a pilot before you realized you had type 1 diabetes, and that created some challenges for you, and now you found this path in Hollywood, was you actually spent time in Colorado and you attended an air show, and that's what inspired you to want to just do bigger things in your life.
Yep, that's all true. My father, I grew up in Colorado Springs near the Air Force Academy. My father worked at Peterson Air Force Base. So I got to be on the flight line and meet these pilots as a kid and get to see these military aircraft. And I've always been fascinated ever since then. And, growing up near the military, having a lot of friends and family in the Air Force, it was just always something that was important to me. And it was amazing to see them be members of service, you know what I mean? Yeah. So I'm so thrilled that I got this opportunity now after so many years of having friends and being close to the Air Force. It's just incredible and once in a lifetime.
I'm so glad to have you here. I'm so glad to bring my two worlds together, aviation and Comic-Con. And with that, Jack, I will send it back to you. I know the best people on planet Earth. I'm a very lucky woman.
Yes, you are. And our guests here today are always very special. We continue to have more interviews coming up, so stay tuned from Chats from the Deck Live.
Hi, this is Jack from the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. Don't miss a very special UCAP live episode Saturday, April 13th at 5:15 p.m. right here on Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 a.m. Lakeland, and on the web at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Field & Aero. Founded by retired U.S. Air Force Colonel Don Fielden, Field & Aero is a manufacturer of the Aero Pup and Aqualay kit planes. The founding principles of Field & Aero is to make aviation dreams come true for everybody by manufacturing high-quality airplanes that all can afford and all can build. Their aircraft are cost-effectively manufactured using high-quality parts and all-enabled computer manufacturing processes. The Field & Aero aircraft lines are extremely rugged, safe, and easy to fly and maintain.
Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Republic Airways, one of the country's largest regional airlines, completes over 900 daily flights with a fleet of 220 Embraer 170 and 175s. For more information, you can visit rjet.com. Republic Airways Holdings created Leadership in Flight Training, LIFT Academy, a commercial aviation pilot training academy with locations in Indianapolis, Myrtle Beach, and Galveston. Graduates have a pathway to a Republic First Officer. To learn more, visit flywithlift.com.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023. Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com. The Medical Hospitality Center is located on the corner of James C. Ray Drive and Tom Mack Drive, right across the street from the Piedmont 727. Their staff of highly qualified, professionally licensed doctors and nurses offer triage, suturing, intravenous rehydration, and minimal cardiac evaluation. They have sunscreen, blood pressure, and blood sugar testing, and a limited amount of over-the-counter items. Last year, they assisted with wound care, dehydration, headaches, blisters, insect bites, ear and eye issues, and minor trauma. Please feel free to stop by and visit them.
Attention vintage aircraft owners. Are you flying your classic beauty to Sun and Fun this year? Ensure your factory-built aircraft qualifies for our vintage parking. Choose from categories like antique, classic, and contemporary, covering planes built up to 1970. Vintage pilots will be near the island, offering refreshments, entertainment, and support services. Visit the Vintage Hospitality Building for event and camping registration, located west of the vintage parking area. Camp with your aircraft and explore our Fly-In Early camping package. See you at Sun and Fun.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Are you interested in learning about composite materials, layups, hot wiring, and mold making? Want to learn all about fastener types, swagging and safety wiring, or riveting and drilling techniques? What about the polyfiber aircraft covering system? Maybe even try some or all of these yourself? Come take advantage of our no-cost Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located at the corner of Tom Mack Road and Crossfield Way.
And now back to the Sun and Fun radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. I think I got it right that time. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. You're about to see one of the best displays of the U.S. Air Force's Thunderbirds today, of course, followed up by an evening air show and those fireworks. You are participating yet again in one of the nation's best airports right now, the Lakeland International Airport. We are having too much of a good time. I keep smiling. Yes, we're on a live feed right now. Thank you, Austin Straubel, for providing this live feed on YouTube. You can find us on liveatc.net/Sun&Fun. You can find us on Facebook. I don't know if we're on the X or not, formerly known as Twitter. Thank you, Mr. Musk, for confusing all of us, but we're having such a good time. One of the things that Sun and Fun brings out, of course, we've had Women Shine up here on the deck daily with Miss Kelly Murphy, the Director of Communications for WAI. But a little tribute to Women Aces. Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo is honored to champion women in aviation through our Women Aces program by showcasing the talented women who have paved the runway in the aviation industry and provides opportunities to ensure that the future of aviation is as diverse and vibrant as the sky itself. Yesterday, I believe, or earlier this week, they hosted the Women Aces Breakfast at Sun and Fun. So an area that my daughter and, of course, now my wife have actually, experienced that the field of aviation is for both men and women, but helping the women understand that the opportunities are out there, along with scholarships and many, many other opportunities out there. Sun and Fun also would like to, as I turn the page in our little pamphlet, the island. One of the oldest traditions of the Sun and Fun fly-in is for pilots to, well, fly in and experience the fun of camping among birds of a feather, reconnecting with old friends and meeting new ones. Last year was a big hit with the debut of the island, a dedicated social hub thoughtfully designed to serve the logistical and entertainment needs of every Sun and Fun camper and their guest. We were glad to say that thanks to the enthusiastic response this year, the island is back and better than ever. So thank you for the hospitality that Sun and Fun and the island provides. Shout outs. Let's get a couple shout outs out there right now. So from also Miss Lisa Holton, don't forget to come by and meet Jimmy's World. We said that earlier. Airspace Auctions is revolutionizing the way aircraft are brought and sold. Come check us out at booth C85 to learn more. We also have, let's see, what else we've got. We just got so many. I'm just trying to, gameplay here real quick. Come play the Aviation Trivia Game. Show prop quiz at the Gold Seal booth located in Hangar C, booth 55. Test your knowledge and win prizes with the ground and send a hug to the followers. We actually have hangars A, B, C, and D out here. Hangar E Echo is actually kind of like a little swap shop, if you could say, little flea market. It's an excellent opportunity to buy some old parts if you need it, find some new collectible items. We've had artwork on the show already today. Take a piece of Sun and Fun home with you. Pilot Mall actually has many booths out here, so you get the chance to buy a shirt, a coffee mug, a pin, a magnet, or don't forget the grandkids and the other kids that might be at home, and bring home something a little special for them. Again, my name is Jack Mason. I am actually your live host today, but don't forget, we have a lot of pre-recorded announcements and hosts in the field that have a chance to get out and just kind of interview some of these guests that aren't able to come up to the show. This is over, I believe, Mr. Eric Crump with Ace said this is over 200 acres of land that is actually, dedicated towards Sun and Fun between the campgrounds, the general parking, the vendors, the exhibit halls. It is here. We're all enjoying this Florida weather, this Florida sunshine. We could not be any happier with what Mother Nature gave us. Little rain the other day, yes. Little tie down Thursday with mild winds. Luckily, as Mr. Shalbetter said this morning, it could have been a little worse, but it wasn't. So if you're listening on the radio and just tuning in and a line of traffic, expect it. You'll get here. You'll find your parking space. We'd like to thank the Brits, the air traffic control groups out here, everybody that's been participating on the volunteer side, keeping this organization, the pilots, the captains, the aircraft flying in safe, helping you get your aircraft pointed in the right direction, of course, on the ground and in the air. The events are nonstop. We've got the forums, we've got the hands-on locations where you can work on metal fabrication, some woodworking. I just can't even mentally keep up with the list of items that are out here. But we're watching the general admission people coming in, one group at a time, thousands of people coming in, but they know the passion that is put behind this entire show. But with that, I'm going to probably take a break here in just a few seconds and go to some pre-recorded announcements and host out in the field. So, gentlemen, Jack's going to go ahead and smile as we're on camera, thanks to this live video feed. To find us on YouTube, Sun and Fun Radio, but take it away.
Hello, this is Major Cyprian Castleman with Civil Air Patrol's Florida Wing. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788, 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Fred's Market, a Plant City tradition of family dining and Southern hospitality since 1954. Founded by Elton and Evelyn Johnson, it began as a gas station where Evelyn cooked for family and friends. Today, Fred's Market serves farm-to-plate freshness at 3 different Central Florida locations, offering a buffet of fresh, slow-cooked food in a warm and fun atmosphere. It's Southern comfort at its pure and hearty best, embodying the essence of Fred's Market Restaurant. Fred'sMarket.com.
Sun and Fun. Thanks composite workshop sponsor Fiberglass Coatings, Florida's largest independently owned composites distributor. With over 100 employees and 300,000 square feet of warehousing at multiple locations. They cater to diverse industries from aviation to marine, with a complete line of epoxy systems to specialized coring materials. FGCI's services extend from individual hobbyists to major manufacturers. You can find more information at fgci.com.
Sun and Fun Event Media Production is sponsored by Van Do It, a third-generation American-owned business offering adventure and commercial vans with perfect modularity for every journey at the industry's best value. Combining modularity, functionality, durability, and performance with unique features, Van Do It ensures there is a van for every adventure, budget, and mission. You can see their vans here at booths N71 and 2 or online at vandoit.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States, maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. Or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Tampa International Airport is managed by the Hillsborough County Aviation Authority, which also oversees Plant City, Tampa Executive, and Peter O. Knight airports. TPA is not just an airport. Ranked among the world's most beloved airports, serving over 23 million passengers, flying to 85-plus non-stop destinations annually, it's an experience. J.D. Power ranked Tampa International Airport the #1 largest airport in North America in 2022 and 2023.
Get ready to soar with Aircraft Spruce, your go-to destination for aircraft parts and pilot supplies. Proud sponsors of Hangar B, the Aircraft Spruce Hangar is your one-stop shop for everything aviation-related. From hardware to headsets, they've got you covered with a wide range of products, all at everyday low prices. And here's the best part. You can enjoy exclusive show special pricing and free shipping on orders placed at their booth. Don't miss out on these incredible deals and unbeatable service. You can visit the Aircraft Spruce Hangar at Sun and Fun Aero Expo today.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on Aviation's most comfortable shades today.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off-the-beaten-path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops located near the main entrance of the expo. Never used an English wheel, mallets, or beads to shape metal? If not, the metal shaping workshop is the right stop for you to learn. Have you seen a wooden props carved? If not, come see what it all entails from start to finish. Ever wonder what it's like to gas weld? Come give it a try. The Sun and Fun workshops, where you can learn all the skills needed to build your very own plane.
This is Lizzie Havens coming to you from Sun and Fun 2024. Here on the 50th anniversary of Sun and Fun. I am here with my new friend Sarah Cameron. Good, I think it's afternoon still. Oh, almost. Good morning, barely.
Good morning, Lizzie. How are you?
Doing great. It's a great day here at Sun and Fun. The weather looks great. We're in the shade under a beautiful plane. There's some airplane noise in the background. It could not be better. You're here all the way from Canada, and you have quite the story of how you got there in the first place. Let's dive into that a little bit.
Yeah, well, we're here at the Aeroset booth selling certified composite floats. My husband and I both traveled down from Whitehorse, Yukon, Canada, which is, I would say, not north of Alaska, east of Alaska, north of some towns like Juneau and Skagway and Ketchikan. But yeah, we came down. This is our second year in a row with Aeroset, and we're here to sell floats and take in the airplane noises, the fun nightlife, and meet new friends like you, and we're just having a good time. So yeah, it's been fun to come back. I used to work for Aeroset years ago before I moved up to Canada, and it's fun to be back in the realm of these air shows and meeting people and talking about airplanes all day, which is like the easiest job in the world.
Yes, if you love what you do, you're not even working, it feels like.
Totally. I know, it's funny when I tell people, I'm like, yeah, we're headed down to Sun and Fun, and they ask what that is. And I say, well, it's basically a show where you just talk about airplanes all day long with people that have the exact same thing in common. So it's been really fun. And yeah, we're here for a few more days. Then we fly out of Tampa and back through Vancouver, BC, and then up to Whitehorse, Yukon, where we will be back to work there. So an airplane just took off. I wonder if that made it hard to hear. But Amazon Prime, I think, they're pretty consistent. So yeah, it's been good.
And you have quite the story of how you got to Canada in the first place.
Yeah, so it was all thanks to Aeroset, actually. It was about, 8 years ago. I was working for a high school, I shouldn't say working, I was volunteering in a high school program out of Sandpoint, Idaho. My instructor, Ken Larson, where I got my private license, FAA private license, I was helping out at the high school, and we ended up going on a field trip up to Aeroset, which is just north of Sandpoint in a town called Priest River. And I went on the field trip only because Ken, unfortunately, was not able to lead the trip that day. He had some farm animals get killed by a mountain lion that night, so he was not able to join, so he asked me to lead the group. So me and a bunch of high schoolers went up on a school bus, and I just briefly asked if they were hiring, and a week later I was on the assembly line actually building the floats that we're sitting on right now. And it was a really good way to get into the sales of them, because if you know the product from the inside out and you've worked in the factory, then you really know what you're selling. Then from there, they sent me all over. I was sent to Whitehorse, where I live now, to work on a set of beaver floats. And when I was working on the floats, my soon later to be husband, I don't know what you want to call it, soon to be husband, Kyle, saw me across the ramp at the airport, and it was a few days later that we met, and we kind of just never stopped loving each other. So yeah, we've been together now 7 years, and it's been really fun.
That's such an awesome story that if you never went on the field trip, then your whole life could have been so much different.
It's crazy, actually. You wonder how, aviation's like that. You can all of a sudden be here at Sun and Fun. You meet one person that says, oh, I work for this company, and you all of a sudden strike up a good conversation. You go have dinner or a beer that night, and before you know it, you're on like a whole new trajectory of life in aviation. I never thought that I'd be into float flying. I grew up in Colorado, where floats actually are illegal. And so I just never actually expected that I would be float flying myself, now commercially up in the north, but selling floats and in Canada. So your flying career can change drastically overnight. And I think that's what drives a lot of us and draws us into this industry. You're just traveling, meeting new people, and enjoying everybody's different story,
Absolutely. Just seat of your pants, kind of see where the wind takes you and go with whatever opportunities are presented. You and your husband have a business as well up there in Canada, right?
Yeah, so my husband is a licensed aircraft maintenance engineer, which is an IA in the U.S., but in Transport Canada terms, it's AME, which is funny because people always think AME, they think of a medical examiner, but he's like, always has to clarify, no, AME is actually an engineer, so he works on airplanes. I'm an 8-year apprentice under him. I can do most things in the shop. We've done engine changes, we do float configuration changes, we go to skis in the wintertime, and then we put planes on wheels and floats in the summertime. And then we also do everything like leading edge cuffs on wings, wingtip extensions. We've done actually a couple full rebuilds, including what we call Frankenplane. So it's a 1959 Cessna 180 that a customer's airplane flipped over at the bottom of a glacier in Alaska. And we went and salvaged it and then bought the wreck from the insurance company. And we've been collecting 180 parts for years now. So we have a couple containers worth of 180 parts that we started putting all the good parts together. And we've made what's called Frankenplane out of 9 different airplanes. And we've now flown it all over the U.S. It still looks like 9 different airplanes. We haven't painted it. I kind of like the look of it. It flies like a dream, and people always give it a second look thinking, what's wrong with that airplane? But it's really quite unique. And then we have a 1957 Cessna 180 as well, and it goes on floats and wheels in the winter. Bush wheels, like 31-inch bush wheels. And we use that for our business. A lot of times, a lot of our customers get stuck out in the bush with, say, a dead cylinder, or they're having charging issues, anything really. And we can take our airplane, which makes our company quite unique in that way, to be pilots and mechanics. We can fly out to the bush and fix airplanes out on the lakeside or up in the north. Say in northern Canada, there's not a lot of resources, not a lot of towns or roads. So flight and aviation is absolutely crucial up in the north.
That sounds like it. I never even thought about the logistics of you fly a little STOL plane or a float plane somewhere and have an issue. How do you handle that? How do you get it back home? I guess you can call you guys. If anyone is in the market for that, how would they contact you?
Yeah, so in the north, obviously there's no cell phone service. So we actually have either DeLorme, like inReaches, Garmin inReach. People carry spot tracking. They've come out with really nice ones that you can now text through your phone. Other people carry satellite cell phones as well. So there are ways, and they're crucial to have those devices with you, especially when you're really far from civilization. Say this last summer, I was flying for a company out of Dawson City, Yukon. So Dawson City is where the gold rush started in 1898. There's still lots of mining happening there, and a lot of times I would be taking the 185 up into these mountain strips, dropping people off, picking people up. And if I went further north up to the Arctic Ocean, you don't have even any weather data. So you're actually relying on, say, your Windy app, and then just some localized weather from towns nearest, which sometimes could be, 900 miles away. So they're not very accurate, as you can imagine. So having those spots in DeLorme's, those different resources, you can text people and say, hey, what's it doing in your neck of the woods? What is it looking like? What's the forecast? It's more than just even getting your airplane fixed and flying, but also if you're on the ground safe, before you take off, you usually write somebody and say, what does it look like? How is it looking? If they've been on the ground for a while and wasn't just a day trip or something like that.
That makes the network really, really important. We were talking about how small aviation is in general, but in that context, it's really important to kind of know what's going on other places. Is there any kind of community group online somewhere that people kind of get together and can meet people that are in different areas they might be traveling to?
That's a good question. Yeah, there's a Facebook group. I think it's called like Flying to the Alaska from the Lower 48 or something. And being where we are in Whitehorse, Yukon, we're kind of in a point where a lot of people stop for fuel because there's no other option other than if you go the coastal route, which coast flying can be beautiful on a sunny day, but in the most days, the coast flying can get really dangerous. Fog can suck in really fast, other weather conditions. So people come through Whitehorse to get fuel, to stop for the night, things like that, just kind of get ready to cross the border into Alaska, or maybe they need to cross the border and come into Canada before they go further down to the lower 48. So there's a Facebook group called, I think it's called Flying from the Lower 48 to Alaska, and it's really helpful not only just for weather, but some airports run out of fuel up there and the truck might not be coming for a few days. So it really helps you design your trip before you make the decision to, say, go into Watson Lake and all of a sudden you don't have fuel there. And I've had that happen before, and there'll be a lineup of airplanes stuck on the ramp. For us, it was only the afternoon. The plane I was flying, I actually got to take on car gas. So I took a taxi into town with some jerry cans, and a couple of us shared a taxi, and we just grabbed jerry cans full of car gas. But a lot of airplanes don't have that luxury, and you have to have 100 low lead or you have to have Jet A. And so when the fuel is out, that's a problem. So yeah, that group on Facebook, it can help you with weather, it can help you with conditions of runways, it can help you with fuel, if there's fuel available, or maybe they've got some sort of NOTAM out that maybe hasn't been reported or people are unaware of. So yeah, there's really good Facebook groups. As far as weather goes, that Windy app has been really good, and some other nautical like sailing apps. A friend just told me about one. I haven't actually used it yet, and I'm going to have to remember the name, but yeah, there's definitely some resources, but unfortunately it's not as helpful as, some places down here.
Yeah, I'm quite spoiled with my flying in Florida. I've flown into Alabama, but that's all that I've done other than just around Florida. And obviously we don't have to deal with the snow. We don't have to deal with the icing so much. And it's occasionally, obviously, but it's, it's definitely easy to get spoiled here with the flat and warm land and gas all around and resources galore.
But it is what you're used to, because I've now flown down here. I flew out of Pompano Beach a few years ago, and I flew through Minnesota, bringing a plane down from Anchorage one time. And the flat land, if you want to call it that, it's not completely flat, but flat land, it's very confusing for people that are used to some sort of reference like mountains. It's what you're used to, it's what you learn to understand conditions. And for me, towers are one thing that scare me. They don't have a lot of towers in the north, but mountains are something that you can see on the sectional. Towers can go up randomly sometimes. I remember on the map on the sectional when I was flying out of Pompano Beach, I was wanting to go to Key West, and there was like this huge weather balloon that's like 12,000 feet tall or something on a big cable. I didn't end up making it down there for other reasons, but it really kind of worried me. I thought, man, like if you hit that, you'd be toast. But yeah, so it's all what you're used to. You've got your own benefits and perks from being down here. Weather resources is definitely one of them, but I feel kind of lost down here, similar to how you would feel maybe in the mountains or something like that. So we all have gained different experiences,
Absolutely. And you were mentioning that you do some of the STOL stuff as well. You have such an awesome history. Tell us how you started flying and then how you got to doing the STOL and how you got to doing your fun mining ride hops.
Yeah, so I guess I grew up flying with my dad in his Cessna 170 B model in Colorado, up in the mountains in a town called Steamboat Springs. That's where I was born. Actually, my grandfather, unfortunately, he passed away in an ultralight when I was 1, so I never got to really get to know him. He would have been a really good mentor in my life. But my father, he was also an amazing mentor, and we flew all over. We used to go to the backcountry of Idaho, which has now blown up into a really fun community of backcountry flying where you can go to strip. When we were kids, we used to go into a place called Sulphur Creek, and it was really fun. As little girls, my dad would say, okay, girls, pack a backpack. We're going to Sulphur Creek for the weekend, and we'd go hiking and just have a good time. So that got me into the backcountry sort of mountain flying. It wasn't until I worked overseas, I was working in Eastern Africa for a few years, that I wanted to go into dental work. And I thought, how could I work in dental overseas? And I thought, like Doctors Without Borders. And I met a pilot who said, oh, well, why don't you fly? Because you could fly into these communities, help people out. So your wheels are always turning, right? Like you don't know exactly how your future's going to look, and you still don't, even when you're on some sort of path. But I went home and I asked my dad, I said, how do I get my pilot's license? And I started, I think about 2 weeks, maybe 2 or 3 weeks later, I was living in Spokane, Washington at the time, and I went out to Geiger International Airport, and I started flying out of Geiger with a flight school. And from there, I got my license, finished my license in Sandpoint, Idaho with my instructor, Ken Larson. And from there, I just started flying as much as I could, renting a 172. And here we are now today in the Yukon. So you just keep moving further north, or moving ahead, so to speak. But it's really important to just try different things. And for me, the seaplane rating came when I worked for Aeroset. I got my seaplane rating in Hayden Lake, Idaho, out of a PA-12 Super Cruiser. And it was a really fun airplane. Actually, the useful load was more than the empty weight, which is really hard to believe, but the airplane could carry more than it weighed. So the guy who I was flying with, his name's Glenn Smith. He's now a DPE, but at the time he was my instructor, and he lightened the airplane up so much that you could take more than the airplane actually weighed, and the airplane performed really well. So I got my rating there, seaplane rating. When I moved to Canada after meeting my husband Kyle, I had to convert all my licenses, which was really not much fun. It's not that bad. It's not a big deal, but you're also moving from a place where Fahrenheit's your normal to Celsius. You're moving from a miles per hour country to a kilometers per hour country, and now you're changing your citizenship, so you got to work with your government. And now I'm having to change all my pilot's licenses from FAA to Transport Canada. So yeah, today now I hold FAA and Transport Canada licenses, but I haven't kept up on the medical here in the U.S. for a couple of years, so I'll have to get that before I can fly technically legally here in the U.S.
That's so cool that it's not too hard of a process. How long did it take approximately? Do you remember?
The conversion is just a written, so it wasn't too bad, but funny story about it, actually. I went into the Transport Canada office, and as we all can relate, when you go in for a written exam, you're pretty stressed out. You know, you've been studying really hard, you're hoping you're going to pass, people are counting on you, people know about it, your family, some friends know that you're going in for this important test. So I'm going in there feeling very confident. I went in after I'd studied, and the person at the front desk gives me a piece of paper saying, here's some of the test questions you'll see on the test today. And I didn't recognize one of them, and that really scared me. And I'm thinking, what is going on? But I knew I had studied, so I was confident. So I didn't let that discourage me. I went into the room, you know, that glass room. They sit you down with one pencil, one ruler, one notepad. Yeah, and I'm like, okay, I can do this. So I sit down, and the first page of questions, I did not recognize one question. I think, oh my gosh, what's happened? What went wrong here? And so I remember how our teachers in elementary school, they said, okay, answer the questions you know, go back and make educated guesses, you know, and then fill in all the blanks. Just at least don't leave them blank. So I did just that, and I walked out of that glass testing room like a totally failure. And I thought, what happened? What has happened? Well, the person at the front desk, they pull up the printout of my results, and they even exclaimed, they said, oh, you didn't study. And I think, what is going on? So while they're rebooking me for a week later to redo this test, I look on my cell phone at the testing requirements and for this conversion test. And I showed them across the table with my cell phone. I said, this is the test I studied for. And they go, oh, I've never seen that test before. And I'm going, oh, what? Like, how could you not see this test? Maybe it's not super common up in Whitehorse, Yukon, but I mean, this is your job, is to be a testing center. So anyway, they looked at the clock and they said, well, I have to leave at 4 p.m., but if you think you can get the other test done in time, then I'll put you back in the room. And I was kind of bitter. I thought, wait, you're gonna make it sound like you don't have time for me? Like, you've literally just had me stress out for the past hour on this test that I failed when it wasn't even the correct test. It ended up being a helicopter test. So there was like questions about wind off of rotor blades, and it was crazy. So anyway, I go back in, pass the correct test, because I think it was only supposed to be like 20 questions. It wasn't supposed to be a really complicated test. So I go back in, pass the test, and I end up having to write transport and saying, I want this off my record. Like, this failure does not reflect me. You know, I had nothing to do with me. So they took it off my record. But anyway, it was definitely a stressful day to go in and take 2 Transport Canada written exams versus 1 and fail the first one, you know, unknowingly given the test that I had not studied for. So yeah, anyway, it didn't take that long. You just have to study. I think I gave it a couple weeks of good study, like hard study time, and then went in and took the test. After that, I think you have to prove that you've got the time in your logbook, and they'll send you a booklet. So unlike the US where you carry like a driver's license card, but for your pilot's license with the Wright brothers on it, in Canada it looks like a passport. It's a booklet. So that's your pilot's license. It has your medical in the booklet. So it's a little more of a pain to carry around because it doesn't fit in your wallet as well as these ones do.
That's so crazy. So study hard and just make sure that you actually get the right test.
Yes, exactly. Make sure that you get the test that you studied for, not some helicopter test.
That is definitely good information, even if you're not in Canada. So just make sure you're getting the right test going into it. And then now you're out doing flying miners to and from and bringing them whatever they desire, pretty much.
Yeah, ironically, it's usually if a miner's having a good day, they want beer, meaning they found gold. If they're having a bad day, they want beer because they're sad. So a lot of times I'm flying beer in, or I'm flying miners in and out that have days on and off. Cargo, sometimes propane tanks, whatever they need. We also are on floats as well, so I fly a 185 on floats off the Yukon River, and the river has actually got a pretty strong current. It's about 11 knots, so that's something I really had to get used to, is flying in a strong current and landing, you know, not right in the center of the river because that's where the strongest current is, so landing on the sides and edges. There's ferries, there's barges, you're always looking out for things like that, and meanwhile you've got a plane full of people that are just there to enjoy the ride. So I'm doing some tours in the mountains up to the Arctic Ocean. There's so much fun stuff in the north. Some people want to just fly over the gold fields to see it because the show Gold Rush is filmed up there. So I think it's on Discovery or History Channel. I can't remember which one, but a lot of people come up there and they say, oh, is Tony Beats or Parker Schnabel, are those guys around? And I fly them over their gold mines, and people like that. So we do some of that. We do some tours over the mountains, and then people go on canoe trips. Say 10-day canoe trips, and I'll haul their canoe, or some of them have like blow up kayaks and things like that, and I'll fly them and all their rations out and drop them off on the top of a river, and they'll go canoeing or kayaking for 10 days down a river, and they usually can meet up with a road eventually, or we'll go pick them up in the float plane. And then otherwise, my husband and I just have fun. We take our dogs out camping. We've got a float plane ourselves, or the wheel plane, and we'll go out camping for a couple of days if the weather's nice and we're not too busy at work at the maintenance shop. And there's a STOL competition every year up in the Yukon. So if you know where Valdez, Alaska is, Valdez is one of the most famous STOL competitions out there currently. It's at sea level. Our STOL competition's up at 2,300 feet. So planes don't perform exactly as good as down in sea level, and we don't have as strong of headwinds on the nose for takeoff. Actually, so last year at the STOL competition, my husband, I went out and I had a tailwind, and they finally turned it around. They realized that the wind was just slightly on the tail, and my husband goes out and he beats me because he got a wind on the nose. So he won the competition. I'm calling a rematch this year, but we have a lot of fun up there. It's not too serious, but it's really fun to be practicing these STOL competitions. And also when the lakes are frozen, we will lay out some engine tents or wing covers, something bright that's big that will stand out on the ice, and we'll actually do some STOL takeoff competitions on the ice. Landing's hard because you can't hit brakes on ice because you'll never stop. So you just do the takeoff part. But yeah, sometimes there's enough friction. So yeah, we do all sorts of different things up there, and we meet lots of people that are flying through up to and to Alaska and from Alaska. We meet so many amazing people, and some of them I've seen here at Sun Fun this trip, which has been really fun.
That's so cool. It sounds like such a dream to just take off with your husband and your dogs and your plane and go camping like that. That's amazing. You're living the dream, truly.
It's hard to take on a commercial flying job when you have that much fun on your own. You know, I felt like I was left out. My husband, I was talking to him last summer, and he was oh, I'm going out flying with the dogs and going to cook some wieners on a beach somewhere with this one of his buddies or something like that. And I just like, wait, why did I take this job? I could be doing that with you. So anyway, this year we're definitely doing more of that. I didn't take on the job. We've got a little pilot due in August. And so we're going to just have fun and work in the shop, get a lot of work done, so that way we can take off some time in August. And yeah, it's been really fun to be down here.
Oh, I bet. Enjoying the sun. I'm sure I hear it's still even cold up there, which being from Florida, it never really gets truly cold here at all. But it blows my mind that it's still cold there. Some people had snow not too long ago.
I know, actually, the day we left, so we left a little early just to visit Florida for a few days before the show, and the day we left, it snowed up there like 3 or 4 inches. So I was very happy to hear that, and I was happy that we weren't there. But yeah, the hard thing is showing up with, like, Kyle calls them fluorescent light tubes for legs, because you show up and you just fry. You get so sunburned. So lots of sunscreen the first couple of days, and then you slowly taper the sunscreen and get a nice tan to go home with. So yeah.
Yes, go back home with a nice Florida souvenir.
Yeah, one you don't have to pay for too.
Yeah, even better. Sun and Fun is expensive enough. It's nice to get the suntan for free.
Yeah, well, the free beer is good too. At least for my husband, he's been enjoying. There's donation beer at the Stearman place every night. So there's the donation beer, and then some other places he's been getting a glass or two at night. So I'm like, oh, well, this is not the place to be pregnant, because then you can't enjoy those free drinks. But next year.
I don't know about the other one, but yes, definitely if you're around, check out Coconut Flyers, a little plug for them, because they're awesome. Great people. All the donations just go right back into the school that's here on campus teaching STEM to our young up-and-coming kids that I'm super jealous of, because my high school did not have anything near that cool. But it's an amazing organization to come and support and get drinks and enjoy Sun and Fun in the nightlife.
Oh, and totally. And if anybody ever comes up through the Yukon heading to Alaska, or even just wants to come visit us, look up Kyle and Sarah. The tower knows us. They by name. The airport's not super huge, so if you just say some people that work on airplanes, they'll probably send you to our hangar anyway as a maintenance shop. There's only a couple maintenance shops on the field, and we'd love to help you. We've got a little car that you guys can borrow or drive around town, and we'll give you a good tour. Maybe we can go out float flying or something.
That sounds like so much fun. What is the company name so people can find you guys?
So our last name is Cameron. So we go by CAM, C-A-M, Aero Contracting. We're a contracting company, hence why we can drive or fly out to the bush and help people out, things like that. But yeah, Cam Aero Contracting. We are so busy that we didn't even put a sign up on our door. So we just have to look us up either on Facebook. My name on Facebook is Sarah K-A-Y Cameron. But yeah, write us if you're headed our direction, and we're happy to help and meet new people.
Absolutely. If you're listening to this during Sun and Fun, they will be here at the booth just hanging out. Can you give them a definition of the location?
Yeah, so Aeroset Incorporated is the composite float manufacturing company. We're on the corner next to the Waco booth across the stubway there, and next to Zenith Aircraft. The booth number is 20 Bravo, so MD 20 Bravo. But yeah, we'll be here all week, and I hope to see more of your faces. Come visit us.
Absolutely. It's so great meeting you, Sarah. Thanks for taking the time to chit-chat a little bit and sharing the shade, getting to sit on a float plane. It's not a bad Wednesday morning at all. I cannot complain even a bit.
Not at Sun and Fun. Can you have a bad day at Sun and Fun? Yeah, it was so nice meeting you, Lizzie, and thank you for coming over and interviewing me and just getting to know me. And I just love meeting other women. It's so fun.
It really is. Women in aviation, we're a special breed, and it's nice to get to know people of a small little world. Again, this is Lizzie Haven, Sun and Fun Radio, Sun and Fun 2024, the 50th anniversary.
Hello, this is Twee from Asian Woman in Aviation and Aerospace. You are listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Special thanks to pilotsafety.org for sponsoring our daily forums. Gary GPS, the guy in the pink shirt, Reeves, from pilotsafety.org, is teaching 2 free classes every day at the forums in the CFAA building on how you can learn advanced, real-world IFR tips on how to be better and safer with Avidyne autopilots, ForeFlight, and Garmin GPS systems. Check the Sun and Fun schedule or visit pilotsafety.org for details
on these must-attend free classes.
Special thanks to Gulf Coast Avionics for sponsoring Hangar D and the 927 Club. Since 1984, Gulf Coast Avionics has been a leading supplier of avionics instruments and pilot supplies worldwide. Gulf Coast Avionics offers a full array of avionics installation and repair services for certified and experimental aircraft. You can stop by Hangar D, booth 30 through 33, and celebrate 40 years of giving pilots the best pricing and service with Gulf Coast Avionics. GCA.aero.
Welcome to Paradise City, presented by Junkers. Explore the world of light planes in this vibrant area featuring static displays, exhibits, demonstration flights, and forums on specific light plane topics. Check the daily schedule for forum details. Enjoy the action from the 826 grass strip where the aircraft operations buzz all day long. And pilots, don't miss out on aircraft judging. Registration ends Friday the 12th at noon. Join us at Paradise City for an unforgettable experience at Sun and Fun.
Sun and Fun sends a special thank you to the premier sponsors of our volunteer t-shirts. Textron Aviation, textav.com. Visit centralflorida.org, CAE.com, and McFarlandAviation.com for sponsoring the 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. These sponsors recognize the importance of volunteers' work and time to make each Sun and Fun a success and show their support by providing t-shirts as a small token of appreciation.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, Envoy Air. Are you ready to accelerate your commercial aviation career? Fly for Envoy. As the largest regional carrier for American Airlines, Envoy is looking for experienced pilots to join the flight deck. For a limited time, experienced pilots are eligible for a special bonus offer. We're offering up to $100,000 in bonuses for experienced pilots. Bonuses paid on day zero, the day before training. You can learn more and apply at envoypilots.com.
Sun and Fun thanks our sponsor, the Florida Restaurant and Lodging Association, FRLA. For over 75 years, FRLA has been protecting, educating, and promoting Florida's $111 billion hospitality industry and its 1.3 million employees. A nonprofit hospitality trade association, they champion excellence, professionalism, and innovation. Whether you're a seasoned restaurateur, a hotelier, or an aspiring entrepreneur, FRLA offers invaluable resources, networking opportunities, and advocacy to fuel your success. FRLA.org. Junkers Aircraft is reviving a flying legend. For aviators seeking the thrill of flight as it was in the golden age, the A50 Heritage is the most iconic open cockpit monowing sport plane produced today. Powered by the Werner Scarlett 7U radial engine, the A50 Heritage blurs the lines between modern production aircraft and actual time travel. Meticulously faithful to the original design, first flown in 1929, it pays tribute to its architect, Hugo Junkers, while offering comfort, safety, and modern reliability. JunkersAircraft.com.
Hey, are you looking for a travel partner that can take care of all your needs? Look no further than Travel Shoreline. We've got you covered. If you're traveling for business or pleasure, our services are entirely free. We partner with some of the biggest names in travel to bring you outstanding experiences. We can handle your business travel or off the beaten path adventures. Let Travel Shoreline be your travel partner. You can contact us at 800-747-0825 or travelshoreline.com.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
Welcome to Sun and Fun Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you live from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Of course, we keep bragging about this beautiful weather that we're having today for this wonderful weekend of Sun and Fun's Air Show. Plus, also tonight, the Sun and Fun Nighttime Air Show, followed up by the beautiful display of fireworks. Coming in off the main entrance, you're walking up on Leanhouse Way, and of course, you're seeing the radio station here on the right. But a neighbor of ours that's been here for many years, at least the years that I've been here presenting, has been the Honda Generators. So Randy Bibbs actually been talking to Mr. David Bush and getting kind of everything ready to talk about our next interview.
Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon.
So Honda is a staple here at Sun and Fun, and we always see you just as Jack said, come in the gate, and there you are, front and center.
Yes, we've got our traditional space back as always, and it's always nice to be neighbors with you and having super quiet generators. You guys don't get upset with us.
That's kind of the adverse thing is that usually, you would think the generators would be noisier than a radio station. No, not with Honda. The radio station's much louder than the quiet Honda generators, that's for sure.
Yes, I think sometimes I have to come over here and tell you guys to quiet down.
Well, it's not us; it's the QBs right next door that we hear. So
okay, all right. Well, I'll let you go this time.
All right. I appreciate that. So we were talking a little bit before the interview, and we don't really have a product launch here with Honda this year, but a product was introduced post-show last year, and it's been in the field for not quite a year, and you're getting great results and great responses from that generator. Tell us a little bit about that generator, if you would.
Yeah, so we brought out, it's a EU 3200i, so it's a 3200 watt generator, and it was really developed for the outdoor enthusiast, which for this crowd, very popular is the RV industry. 13.5 BTU is one of the more common ACs that are on RVs. And it's perfect for that because it's a single unit. You're not having to run dual generators. And the nice thing about it is when we were designing it, we had a target weight of 60 pounds on a 3200 watt generator, which is really hits kind of that sweet spot where people feel comfortable enough that, hey, I can move this and, not have to have that second person there. It is fuel injection. That's something that is becoming more and more important with the quality of fuels that we have now, to try to transition away from the carburetors and some of the maintenance that takes place on that. And that's another huge feature of it. So really just the overall weight, the amount of power at 3,200 watts, and then having the fuel injection is a big deal on that, and it's super quiet as well.
I have a neat, interesting Honda generator story. We all were here for the rain on Wednesday.
We were.
So we took a break. It was over, so we went over to the East Volunteer Campground. Trailer was running. It was really raining, and we go in, and Honda generators power everyone's trailers over there, and we're in there. We're talking. We're socializing, and we hear the generator start to sputter a little bit. Well, that was weird. That Honda doesn't do that. Stick with me. So
I'm like, oh no, where is this going?
No, we go outside, and the generator is literally 3/4 of the way underwater, still sitting there running, producing power for the trailer. No exaggeration. This Honda generator was 3/4 underwater. It was still producing power. It was amazing.
That's reliability.
I wouldn't recommend that. I don't think you would either.
Yeah, no, I definitely wouldn't do that. But no, that's a great testimonial there.
Yeah,
as to what
we were blown away. Then we thought, okay, wait a minute, that's electricity. We're knee deep in water. How do we solve this solution? But anyway, we got it taken care of. But that generator continued to run and continued to put out power 3/4 of the way submerged in water.
And that's what we hear continually. Is just the reliability and durability of our product. That's what people appreciate, and we're glad to be able to provide that and continue it on today and into the future.
As we get more out of the pandemic phase, more people are traveling, and of course we're seeing that with the crowd here today. So I'm sure more people get back into the RVs, personal camping, etc., which means more of these campgrounds are getting more full. So Honda's actually put into the some of the research, I'm sure, the noise levels and trying to keep those down as well. So what kind of research goes into the production keeping those noise levels down?
It's obviously we have a pretty advanced engineering group. They do a lot of testing with mufflers in trying to find that right combination. And when you get into an inverter generator, it's not a traditional generator that runs at 3,600 RPM. So just the technology and how that works, it helps improve the sound quality.
Mm-hmm.
It actually makes it quieter because the engine's not running at full speed, but we're still able to produce the power that's needed. So that does help, as well as the muffler technology, which typically is a little bit larger than some have a lesser quality that aren't quite as quiet.
Without getting too deep into the science of it, I honestly, my ignorance here, I don't fully understand, or even a little bit, the difference between the standard last gen generator and the new inversion technology. I know everyone seems to be switching to the inversion technology. Can you, in a nutshell, can you, in layman's terms, can you tell us the difference between the old school and the inverter generator?
Yes. So to try to put it, sometimes I get a little bit too deep into this, but try to simplify it. If you think here in the U.S., it requires 60 hertz. That's what we run. And a traditional generator has to run at 3,600 RPMs to produce the 60 hertz. So it's essentially running wide open. With an inverter generator, we can give you 60 hertz at any RPM range. So the engine speed is varied depending on what you're plugging into it. So let's say you're plugging in a phone, it's not going to require a lot of power. And then in vice versa, if you plug in like a coffee maker, it's going to require more power, so your RPMs will increase. And the inverter has the sine wave because of how the electricity is controlled. Now, I feel like I'm getting maybe a little bit too deep, but it's a pure sine wave, or it's very similar to what is coming out of your house power. So you're able to run the sensitive equipment, but it's essentially a variable speed as opposed to like a traditional, wide open speed.
So if the output demand is there, of course, it'll speed up and produce more. But if it's not needed, it'll quiet down or reduce power a little bit, and you're going to be saving on your fuel as well.
Yes, correct.
And money back in your own pocket. Then.
Oh, yeah.
So David, the line across is going to be fitting from the basic needs of just somebody camping or somebody wanting to go enjoy some outdoor time to the larger models. What purpose are the larger models serving out there in today's industry?
As you said, we do have a complete line anywhere from 1,000 watt. We have up to 10,000, which is a construction model.
Okay.
But if we look at our super quiet, which is what a lot of people are wanting nowadays, and we have a 7,000 watt, and it really is just dependent on what you're trying to run with your generator. We always talk about power management, and people think, oh gosh, I have a house, I need to run my whole house, and we try to teach them that, what do you truly need when you're without power? And then it kind of brings them back into perspective of, oh, well, maybe I don't need to spend all that money and to buy the biggest unit, and they can get into something that's a little bit more reasonably priced. But yeah, anywhere from, if you've got gasoline or natural gas powered, stove, furnace and such, water heater in your home, you can typically get by with a much smaller generator because you have full access for the heat you would just run the furnace fan as opposed to trying to run, your bigger fan, which you can't do with a traditional generator. So.
Jack, you could almost completely go off grid with all of your Honda equipment that you offer, the line of equipment.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously with generators, and we've actually got a little sampling of some of our power sports products here, which we've got a few models over there that a lot of the attendees here, there's a little nostalgia going on, so they're appreciating that, and so no, it's been an exciting Sun and Fun. We're kind of running a short staff over there, but it's been busy, and there's a lot of excitement. So yeah, it's been good.
You mentioned a handshake with the motorcycle division.
Yes. So in 2021, our motorcycle division did bring power products under its wing. So now we're called Honda Power Sports and Products. So we're all together as one. So it's more cohesive. And it gives us the opportunity to kind of expand what we've traditionally been, generator focused, but there's a lot of activity where people are on two wheels or four wheels, so it's been a great relationship for us, and it's been the first opportunity we've had to bring the power sports products out here, and it's been great, been well received. And again, people are excited to see it.
Most definitely. David, if I'm not able to come out to the show and I want to look for Honda generators, Honda Power Sports for my local retailer, find out where they're at, how can I look up that information?
Yes, you can go to honda.com or powersports.honda.com or gen.honda.com. So we've got several different places you can go to. We've got obviously a pretty substantial dealer network out there as well, but yeah, probably the easiest is honda.com, and then you can see the full line of Honda products there and kind of dig down.
Most definitely. David Bush, Honda Generators. Get your power supplies. Take care of your needs, emergency situations, enjoyment, recreation, you name it, it's going to be out there through Honda Generators. So, David, thank you for your time. We're here live from 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Take it away to break. All right.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba from Health Quest Radio, Chicago. You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio at WPEP, that's 1510 on your AM dial. You can catch us live and online at liveatc.net/SNF. So stay with us. More coming right up.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our sponsor, Johnson Barbecue, a Plant City tradition since 1954 where Southern classics come to life. Indulge in pit barbecue, steak specials, real deal sandwiches, famous barbecue tacos, salads, sides, and more. Don't miss their weekend ribeye special or Taco Tuesday's 2-taco meal deal. Bring the kids, they eat free on Mondays and Wednesdays after 5 p.m. Come savor the flavor at Johnson Barbecue. JohnsonBarbecue.com.
Sun and Fun thanks Fly It Forward sponsor Zenith Aircraft. Zenith is a leading kit aircraft manufacturer in the United States. Maker of the popular Sky Jeep Stoll bush plane and the low-wing Zenith CH-650. Zenith holds the distinction of being the #1 brand of light sport aircraft based on actual FAA registrations. The company manufactures affordable, quick-to-build, and easy-to-fly, all-metal kit airplanes. ZenithAir.net.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank Honda Generators for sponsoring Project Stratus. Honda Power Sports and Products markets Honda motorcycles, scooters, ATVs, and side-by-sides, along with a complete range of outdoor power equipment, including generators, pumps, snowblowers, outboard marine engines, and general-purpose engines in the United States. You can see some of their products here at Sun and Fun at their outdoor display across from the Sunset Grill, or see their complete lineup at powersports.honda.com. Sun and Fun thanks sponsor Bernie Little Distributors, a third-generation family-owned and total beverage distributor serving a large area of Central Florida, including all of Polk, Hardee, Highlands, and Okeechobee counties. We are proud to distribute all Anheuser-Busch products, Constellation brands, national and local craft beers, hard seltzers, hard ciders, wines, spirits, coffee, water, tea, energy drinks, and more. With distribution centers in both Lakeland and Sebring, Bernie Little sells and distributes over 1,100 various packages to nearly 1,600 customers. Flight Simulation Association is committed to expanding the impact of flight simulation in real-world aviation. You can join for free to access guides, discounts, and a passionate community of virtual aviators. Here at Sun and Fun, you can enjoy the Flight Sim Experience Center at the Future in Flight Plaza and get hands-on with the latest flight simulation technology and meet fellow enthusiasts. Flight Sim Expo, North America's largest enthusiast flight simulation convention, takes place June 21st through the 23rd in Las Vegas. Event details at flightsimexpo.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank the sponsor of the island, the Islands of the Bahamas. The Islands of the Bahamas, where the best-kept secret awaits. Dive into the heart of the Bahamas, where the sheer size and diversity await discovery. With 16 major islands, the Bahamas offers an unparalleled adventure across 100,000 square miles of the world's clearest ocean. Experience the thrill of exploration and the tranquility of paradise in one unforgettable destination. Discover the Bahamas. Your ultimate adventure awaits.
Arrowverse is a family-friendly streaming app that has secured content from across the globe, including documentaries and TV shows featuring the best aircraft and aviators on the planet. Their purpose is to bring people together through the fun of flight and the adventure that aviators experience. From warbirds to biplanes to general aviation, Arrowverse has documentaries, TV shows, and hit YouTubers, all in one place and commercial-free. The streaming home for the best in aviation and aerospace, Arrowverse.com.
Plane Tags is back for a third consecutive year at booth N97. Crafted from the authentic skins of retired aircraft, Plane Tags have been created from over 200 different aircraft to date. You can stop by booth N97 for your chance to win a free Sun Country plane tag. While you're there, you can pick your favorite piece from our expansive collection of commercial and military aircraft plane tags. See you at Plane Tags, booth N97 across from the back door of Hangar A.
Here's some more info on our Sun and Fun hands-on workshops, located near the main entrance of the expo. Your requests have been heard loud and clear. Lincoln Electric is back to share their wealth of knowledge on TIG welding techniques. Make sure to stop by their workshop off Tom Mack Road to learn and engage with their skilled representatives. Get ready to spark your creativity. Join us for an unforgettable experience filled with learning and exploration. The Sun and Fun hands-on workshops. See you there.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio Deck, brought to you in part by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport.
And welcome to Sun and Fun's Radio's Chats from the Deck Live, brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Coming to you live from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th Annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. We are coming kind of to the last tail end of our daily show here, but the Thunderbirds get to take part in the afternoon show with many other great acts. Our next guest has been coming up here and saying hi as an old friend to a lot of our associates up here, and a very smiling face. Miss Abington, how are you doing today?
I'm doing wonderful.
Excellent, excellent. Me. Randy, of course, and some of our other staff have known you. I know your products. I was actually joking yesterday when we walked up to your booth with my wife that you guys make it super easy for the husbands or boyfriends in the world, just for their wives or girlfriends to say, hey, it's time for a new watch. There we go. We're going to Abington.com, and we're going to look and honey pick out a watch. Yesterday we didn't realize this, but we walked up and she showed your CSR the watch she had, and your assistant there actually said, well, how about just a new band?
Yeah.
So we picked out a new band, so a little interchangeable there as well. But I'm jumping ahead as far as your products. I'm just advertising that on a personal standpoint. I love them. My wife loves them. So tell us about what you're bringing on today.
I'm so happy you guys are happy customers,
yes,
happy
ma'am.
crew members. Yeah, we've been coming to Sun and Fun for many, many years. We've been in business for over 17 years, and we've been making watches for women who do more. So what we're debuting at the show at Sun and Fun this year is something very dear to my heart, because it is a watch in honor of the women Air Force service pilots from World War II. And though we did debut a two-tone and a silver version of this watch last year at the 80th anniversary of the homecoming in Sweetwater, Texas, at Sun and Fun this year, we are debuting a new colorway, which is a gunmetal black, and it is stunning. This watch was built with descendants of the WASP, as well as with the museum in Sweetwater, just to honor the women Air Force service pilots, tell their story. I mean, there's the number 38 on the dial for the 38 WASP who lost their lives during the war. There's only 1,102 of these watches made. It's a serial numbered, it's a limited edition, because there were only 1,102 women who went through that program. So, and each watch comes with a steel penny from 1943. And it's just a little nod to one of the traditions that the WASP would do, where they would toss a penny into the wishing well at Avenger Field right before they started their training to wish for happy landings and to wish for the war to end. So it is a beautiful watch. Definitely come check it out.
Why a steel penny? Why would they do that?
Well, they needed copper and nickel for the war effort. So in that year, all the coins were made out of steel.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I met you over a decade ago. We talked about ferry flying, and you were I don't know, you were going to Japan, or I don't know, somewhere over there. So we were talking about ferry flying. So a little bit of your history, what led, and then a few shows later I met you at Oshkosh again, and you're like, oh my gosh, you got to come check this out.
Yeah.
You take me up to this booth, and here's this display. I'm like, wait a minute, I thought you were a ferry pilot.
A ferry pilot,
so
I know.
You took me up, and I'm like, wait a minute. You did this. You did this. This is you.
Yeah.
It's pretty spectacular, that journey to get from there to here.
Always wanted to be a professional pilot, and 22 years old, I wanted a pilot's watch. Nothing was made, so I started making them. I had no idea that 17 years later I'd be in Macy's, I'd be in all the Air Force, Army, military exchanges. We're sold internationally. There's 10,000 Abington watches on women's wrists all over the world, and men's as well. And it has taken over my life. But I still fly. I'm still very much an active pilot, and I've got about 80 different airplanes in my logbook, around 4,000 hours. I tried out the airlines for a hot minute and realized general aviation is definitely where my heart's at.
We keep up a little bit on social media, and the last I remember seeing, you typed in a Airbus A321.
Yeah, and I still teach out of Las Vegas at one of the 142 programs there. So.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
We talk about the women in aviation, of course, your tribute, your heritage, the love, the passion for aviation. It becomes a small group. So like you and Randy, staying in touch on social media, everybody becomes friends. Everybody gets to, advertise, and that's exactly how my wife found her watch, was just, through an online posting.
Sure.
That she was with, I believe, the FAST group.
Female aviators sticking together.
Thank
Great
you. Yep.
group.
I think one of those groups was showing off a watch one day, and just, admiring it. The quality And,
Yeah.
and forgive me, my honest opinion was the quality that was in this watch when we first opened it was surprising to me.
Definitely.
And I guess just because I wasn't expecting that, an independent brand was actually going to produce such a product, that's a bad description. But I mean, just the true quality and workmanship that goes in there wasn't just, not to your company, an El Cheapo.
Right.
It was a true masterpiece, of time.
Well, think of all of us out here at a Airshow. I mean, we are hard on our stuff. We need it to hold up in that tornado warning that we had, the weather that we had the other day. And if we're out flying airplanes and we're riding motorcycles and we're scuba diving and we're doing all these things, you need to have things that aren't going to break. So since I'm personally the type of customer that I sell to, a woman who just does all of these things, I can't have a watch that's going to break on me. And the one that's on my wrist right here is 17 years old. It's the original prototype. So, and one of the things that we do at our booth every year is we always do free battery changes and cleanings on site at the booth. So we've had watches coming up that were 16 years, 15, 17 years old, and they just still get a battery change and go on with their day. So we consider it like the annual.
I heard a lady
second plane.
yesterday talking about she had an issue with her watch, and it wasn't on her wrist at the time, but it was just, I believe your staff said, we'll just mail it in to us. So there's, the
We're
program.
out of Vegas,
There you
so
go.
super easy. Yep, but we can do most of the stuff even here on site. If there's so many out there that you're gonna. It's not invincible. But the nice thing about a watch is everything is fixable. So even though it's not a common thing, we're usually just doing battery changes. You're right. We'll do service right here.
We're talking about the durability, of course. Now, across the line, of course, leather bands, metal bands, different colors, different faces, the tribute to the Wasp.
Yep.
I mean, do you have a set number of how many different watches you've made since the beginning?
Oh gosh,
there's a deep breath. So a very vast
and
amount.
How many? Yeah, I can tell you that most Abington watch wearers, we call them crew members. So if you wear an Abington watch, you are a member of our crew. We have about a 44% repeat customer rate.
Okay.
So crew members are owning more than one. We also are, like you said, very active on social media. That's where your wife found us. And we have even like kind of it's almost like a secret club, the crew club. So we'll do cocktail parties, we'll do different events, we'll get together and have women's trips. We work with organizations like AAA and different groups to just build more of a community of the women that do these type of things. Because we often are usually the only kind of the girl in the boys club. And so it's nice to find other like-minded women.
Understood. I remember when she opened the box for the first time, Randy, she's looking at it and she's smiling, she's putting it on, and I believe there was like a little card, advertise, your watch
Welcome
on
to the
this.
crew.
Yes, that's what it was.
That's right.
So, okay.
Yep.
Excellent.
Exactly.
What is your next step in life? Continue the watch business? I mean, showing the support for WASP next. I mean, is there another project idea that's coming in the works maybe?
Well, we do a lot with the foundation. I'd really like to help promote more scholarships to get more women into STEAM industries. And so we are doing a lot of things with that. The watch world has all of a sudden started to take an interest in us. So we've been exploring just more opportunities there. Last November in Las Vegas, we had the Formula One race, and so we debuted a racing watch with Formula One with Neiman Marcus. So we are doing a lot more in the automotive space. For the first time in an 86-year history of Sturgis, I was teaching watchmaking at the Buffalo Chip last August, right after Oshkosh. So I've been invited to come back and teach more skilled trades like watchmaking, and that was a lot of fun. So I know we're going to be doing a lot more in the automotive space as well.
Okay.
And I would like to also start working with first responders and start developing some watches with them as well, too.
That key word you said a few minutes ago also was scholarships.
And scholarships,
Yes,
absolutely.
excellent. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. We're
always.
coming up on about the last minute. Just real quick. I mean, you're talking about the production of this, but you actually learning how to make the watches was also in the beginning stages?
Well, I didn't start making watches until about 10 years into the company. So
okay.
I was hiring people that were way better than me because, like you said, you needed something. You didn't want something that was cheap. You didn't want something that wasn't well made. So you didn't want me touching your watch. But now I can fully assemble a watch. We do the final assembly in Las Vegas. So these watches are final assembled in Las Vegas, Swiss movements, American movements, and we're just putting them together in Vegas and shipping them out.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
Abington, you're actually out here in the field. What is your booth number
Hangar
again?
A. So think of the Abington hangar.
There you go.
I know
There you go.
I know
Yep.
it's sponsored by somebody else, but we're nicknaming it the Abington hangar. And Hangar A, center aisle, Alpha 63 is our booth number.
See the products, see the watches, free cleanings,
Free battery changes, free
battery
cleanings,
changes.
all
You're on
sorts.
site if you bring your watch.
You got it.
Continued service. Thank you for making my life easy for Christmas presents, birthday presents. I never know, just whatever she says.
Or just Friday presents. Saturday
don't push it. Don't
Oh,
push it.
okay.
But no, that's the benefit there is if I buy a watch for her, we know it's going to last for
Exactly.
years to come. So
Yeah.
great quality, great product.
Thank
Abington, thank you for your time up here live with us for 2024 Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Take it away.
Thanks for having me.
You're listening to Sun and Fun Radio, WPEP 788 1510 AM, and online at liveatc.net/SNF.
Sun and Fun Radio wishes to thank Matt Williams Handy Services, LLC, for their phenomenal support with our back deck restoration project. Owned and operated for over 15 years in Lakeland, Florida, Matt Williams Handy Services business has continued to grow because of the outstanding work they do and the recommendations from their current customers. If you are looking for quality work at an affordable price for your home or business, contact Matt Williams Handy Services at 863-455-4850. Sun and Fun Radio thanks Articulated for their support with our back deck restoration project. Founded in 2023, Articulated is a new company with years of experience thanks to the wide-ranging background of owner Dave Schaubetter. Offering both production and custom laser engraved products, Articulated can handle all your laser engraving needs. Their extra-large laser bed capacity separate them from the hobbyist laser companies. You can see an example of their work in the custom engravings on the refurbished back deck. Articulated.com.
Get ready to meet your next airborne companion. Introducing the epic aircraft E1000GX, the reigning champion of its market. With unmatched combination of speed, safety, comfort, and versatility, the E1000GX is the ultimate aviator's dream machine. It's the fastest single-engine cabin-class aircraft with highest service ceiling, greatest full fuel payload, fastest climb rate, and the largest cabin and cockpit, and more. It ensures a seamless flying experience. You can learn more at Sun and Fun booth number 3 or epicaircraft.com.
Did you know you can learn to TIG weld in our welding education workshops? Lincoln Electric, ready to help you with all of your welding and cutting projects. Lincoln Electric has become the global leader in arc welding and cutting and is renowned as the welding experts worldwide. With the industry's leading team of experts and the most comprehensive portfolio of solutions, they continue to advance innovation and deliver measurable value to our customers and their operations. You can find out more at the welding workshop or online at lincolnelectric.com.
Sun and Fun wishes to thank our sponsor, McFarland Aviation. For over 50 years, McFarland has been the leader in engineering, manufacturing, and distributing replacement aircraft parts. From Cessna to Piper, Beech to Mooney, and more, they've got you covered. With over 3,000 PMAs and more than 30 major brands, they're passionate about making aircraft parts better, safer, and more affordable. From tip to tail, McFarland has everything you need. McFarlandAviation.com.
Are you in need of top-notch avionics services? Look no further than Sarasota Avionics, your premier destination for all things Garmin. As one of the largest Garmin dealers globally, they bring you unparalleled expertise and support. At Sarasota Avionics, they do it all. From sales to troubleshooting, repair to installation and maintenance, their dedicated team is there to serve you. With Sarasota Avionics, you're not just a customer, you're part of their aviation family. Fly with confidence, fly with Sarasota Avionics. SarasotaAvionics.com, where your journey takes flight.
Imagine ordering medicine for a sick kid and receiving it directly to your home in as little as 30 minutes. That is what Wing Aviation offers to customers in Dallas. And they'll be showcasing their aircraft and technology here at Sun and Fun throughout the week. With more than 350,000 completed deliveries worldwide, Wing has proven it can save busy parents or shift workers a trip to the store, put over-counter medicine within reach of the sick, and empower the mobility challenge to get what they need without asking for help. You can learn more at their website, wing.com. Wing, delivery reimagined.
Since 2014, OpenAirFlightClub.com is eliminating barriers for minority students in aviation. Their self-titled book, Open Air Flight Club, serves as an introductory guide to aviation careers. In 2023, they launched an introductory aviation course tailored for teachers. Subscribe to their free monthly newsletter to empower the next generation of diverse aviators at OpenAirFlightClub.com. That's a brighter future for youth at OpenAirFlightClub.com.
Sun and Fun Radio thanks our official sponsor, Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. Located in northeast Wisconsin, KGRB is an easy drive from EAA in Oshkosh. Its 2 world-class FBOs are an ideal place for you to keep your aircraft during AirVenture with fuel discounts, more than 200,000 square feet of hangar space, and maintenance services. or fly in commercially with American, Delta, Frontier, Sun Country, or United Airlines. With on-site car rentals and a wide variety of accommodation types, KGRB is the easy way to experience AirVenture. You can also visit the new Hold Short area next to Sun and Fun Radio across from the Sunset Grill, where you can register to win a complete Oshkosh package.
Are you tired of uncomfortable sunglasses that dig into your temples? Say hello to Flying Eye Sunglasses and Prescription Eyewear. They are lifetime warranted and meticulously designed by pilots for ultimate comfort and functionality. The flexible millimeter-thin temples ensure compatibility with your headset or helmet, and the shatterproof non-polarized lenses give you a crystal clear view of your instruments at all times. No matter your eyewear needs, the Flying Eyes team has got you covered. You can see them at booth NE40 across from the Sunset Grill and try on Aviation's most comfortable shades today.
And now, back to the Sun and Fun Radio deck, brought to you in part by the Green Bay Austin Struble International Airport.
And welcome back to Chats from the Deck Live, Sun and Fun Radio's 30th annual broadcast this year. That's right, we've been doing this for 30 years. I've been doing this for 30 years. We're brought to you by Green Bay Austin Straubel International Airport. We are coming to you from Sun and Fun 24, the 50th annual Sun and Fun Aerospace Expo. Huge hello to the folks out there in YouTube land and Facebook land, video land that are watching us. Mentioned Green Bay Austin Straubel. We wouldn't be doing this video without them. Green Bay Austin Straubel has sponsored in the biggest part our video streaming this year. Live ATC taking us out over the airways. liveatc.net/SNF. Dave Pasco, shout out to you. Green Bay, shout out to you. We're just doing all kinds of stuff. And, you know, back in the beginning days of the radio station, there was this brand new thing. I mean, the radio station had been around for several years before people had ever heard of something called a podcast. Podcast. Nobody had ever heard, what's a podcast? And my understanding, the story that I've heard over the years is that these three guys were working together at a different aviation event. Oh, I should do a podcast. And they were like, yeah, go ahead and do that. And no, really, we should do a pod the next year. We should really do a podcast. And I think it finally kind of just like acquiesced and agreed to do it to silence Jack. Yeah. Little did they know that the Uncontrolled Airspace General Aviation Podcast, otherwise known as UCAP, would be I'm pretty sure you are the longest running continuous running aviation podcast, right?
I guess. I don't know. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, okay, there we go.
He didn't know how a microphone works.
It takes a while to figure it out.
I live my life trying to get my podcast partners to not have the microphone this close, and so no. Okay, longest running, probably, yeah. Probably. I mean, there were certainly aviation podcasts before us.
Are they still here?
But they are. No. No. Arguably, Aviation Geeks.
AvGeeks was a big one. Yeah, he's doing great.
And
I'm glad to hear it.
And he was certainly back in that era. He may have been before us. But, then there was Pilot Cast, which was the big one back at the time.
That's right.
But they've faded. I mean, not faded. They just kind of ran their... there's nothing wrong with that. They did a great thing, and they did it for as long as they were able. And
there was Flight Monkeys. There was... I'm rattling in my brain to go
Dave,
home.
you mentioned the long-running UCAP, which is interesting to note that we didn't have a name at the beginning. It was the No Name Aviation Podcast.
Yeah, for 2 or 3 episodes, it was the No Name podcast, No Name Aviation Podcast, and we solicited, from our vast listening audience back in episodes 1, 2, and 3, we solicited ideas.
Your vast listening audience,
and Jeb and Dave and I,
and all 3 of them had input.
Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah, that's well. This okay. We spent a lot of time. I mean, Jeb and Dave and I spent those whatever it was 3 or 4 weeks scouring the aviation world for words that kind of seemed like a good title for the podcast, and we just looked everywhere. We made lists, and we were constantly trading them on email. And should we do it this? We call it that, and we just could not find a name that we were happy with. And we had settled on another name that has been lost to time. I can't even remember, but we had basically settled on a name that was okay but not awesome. And I couldn't give up, so I'm still looking through like every time I found an aviation glossary, that was like a gold mine, you know. So you'd like go into this glossary and you start looking at all the words in this aviation glossary. And I don't know why the term didn't jump out at us sooner. But I was reading a glossary after we had picked another name. We hadn't announced it yet, but we had picked a name. And I'm reading this glossary, and all of a sudden I saw the words uncontrolled airspace.
And that was it.
Which of course is a very, very common term in aviation, but for some reason it just never presented itself to us.
It was so appropriate, I thought.
When
I was a listener.
Especially because Higdon and Burnside were involved. Yeah. Jack's trying to control the podcast. Yeah, let me know how that works out for you, Jack.
But there was a deeper reason for that. Many of the other aviation outlets were very formulaic according to the syllabus for private pilot and, you know, that program. And what I found was that when we listened to the Uncontrolled Airspace podcast, we hear these guys telling you actually what's happening, not what's in the syllabus.
Oh, did we? I don't know. Well, thank you. We sort of tried to stay away. We've always tried to stay away from formal training material. None of the three of us are CFIs. Jeb is a ground instructor, rated ground instructor, and they're all very high. I'm not. Dave was, Jeb still is a very, very highly rated pilot, but we're not instructors, and so we tried to stay away from doing instruction. As a matter of fact, for a long time we had a disclaimer that we ran at the end of every episode saying,
don't do this.
Don't do this.
Don't try this at home.
We are not your flight instructors.
Yeah, right.
And I'm actually feeling like I'm listening to an episode of UCAP right now because I've got two people speaking that nobody has even. They may recognize the voices, but for those who don't,
this is pretty typical.
Yeah, this is we get talking and forget to introductions.
Oh, okay.
Joining me on deck is from normally somewhere near northeast something or other, Lookout Mountain, high atop Lookout Mountain. Now he's sitting next to the TARDIS
from the banks of the raging Cocheco River in Dover, New Hampshire. Yeah,
is one of the voices in your head, Mr. Jack Hodgson. Yay.
Hello, David. Hello, David.
And the other voice that you're hearing is our longtime friend and the very first person to ever donate equipment to Sun and Fun Radio. And that would be, what's your name over there, Jim Goldman?
Yeah.
Pilot Jim G.
Pilot Jim G. Now, what was it that I said you're going to be called? Oh, Biff.
Never going to live that one down, am
Biff. There's a story here I haven't heard. Now, he's one of the bad boys of uncontrolled airspace. And
in fact, Jack was scheduled to do this segment without his knowing or agreeing to it.
He did this to me one time. What was it, Jim? You
were late getting to AirVenture, so we just did an episode without you.
So you did an episode without me, and I don't think you figured out how to post it without me.
I couldn't post it on your feed, but I did post it on social media.
But it turned out to be a nice episode, so I was happy to have it go into the stream.
One of my favorite dailies is Jack's not here.
Yeah,
that was the funniest. That was the funniest episode.
That was but I wasn't there. It was
you guys. You were sitting right there, and you wouldn't say where you. Nope, I'm not going on. So it was okay. This is going to be Jack's not here. And Jack, and you just shake your head no.
Yeah,
we were sitting out. You were talking a minute ago about hanging out at my camper.
Yeah,
that was done outside my camper.
I know. You guys were sitting there. You guys were sitting there. I heard this later on. You guys were sitting there and you were talking, and you kept pretending that I was there, but I mean, you didn't hear me.
Well, that's because you wouldn't say anything, and I believe at the time it was because there have been adult beverages have been consumed, and I really don't want to go on because I've consumed too many adult beverages. And
as hard,
and Jack Jeb and Dave and I were like, we don't care, we'll go on.
As hard as it is to believe today, but the other two, Jeb and Dave, were like, they were speechless for a while on that episode. They were like, well, what do we say? What do we do? Jack's not here to tell us. That would be inconceivable today.
All kidding aside, it's one of the things we've tried to do all along, and I think, and occasionally a listener will actually tell me that it's working, is that we try to keep the podcast very casual. It's not a talk show, all right? It's not a formal panel discussion. We really, really, truly try to make it online hangar flying.
Yeah, I love it. I mean,
the idea is that it's just a group of pilots, 3 or more, who are just talking about the things that pilots talk about when you're hanging out in the hangar. And I try and keep it very, very, and we try and kind of find a mix of of having fun and kind of goofing around a little bit, but then also talking seriously, because Jeb and Dave have great experience and perspective of this industry.
Well,
and
you're a GA pilot, and Jeb and Dave both are way more into the business aviation side of things than you are. I mean, they both made their living off of the business side of aviation.
But neither one was ever a paid professional pilot, which gave them a very similar perspective that we can identify with.
So we tried to make it a mix of speaking seriously about subjects to try and kind of to explain our take on the news or an incident or whatever, but then keep it light. We didn't try and I hope we never spent an entire episode speaking very seriously.
Only that first one.
Yeah, the first one. Yeah, the first one. If you want to, okay.
Which kind of reminds me, Jack. A while back, within the past few years, you and I were talking about downloads and stuff, and you said the thing that really shocks you is that people still go all the way back and download from the very beginning. Yeah. First, from the very beginning, episode 1 or episode, before name 1, whatever you want to call it. How many episodes have you done now? Where are we at?
We're currently at about 9. I believe that the one we're going to do later this afternoon will be 730.
730, and that includes the shorts that you do.
Yeah.
Okay.
So for years we count them in a funny way. The one we do this afternoon we're going to call 1090.
Right.
But it's not the 1090th episode.
No, when Jack says we number them in a funny way, I go, you mean you screwed up the numbering?
Yeah.
We have a custom numbered situation.
So what happened
here.
is that we started out in the beginning. It was episode 1, episode 2, episode 3, and then coincidentally, the first time it kind of got messed up was when we came here. Not messed up, but changed, because we came here. I believe it was episode 25 was the first one we did with you guys, and it was it was great, and it was long. It was so long that I felt it didn't work as one episode. So I split it into 2 episodes, and I called them 25A and B, Alpha and Bravo. All right, and so that was the first one. So that was when the episodes by the episode number started to fail. All right.
Okay.
And then later on, what happened was when we started doing daily episodes, where we'd go to a show like this and do 4 or 5, however many we did. I didn't want to inflate the episode numbers by giving everyone a discrete number.
Because for those who don't know, those daily episodes are only 5, 6, 7 minutes long.
They're short.
They're not the full hour.
Yeah. I think it might have been one at 10 or 12 minutes, and that was like, wow, that was long for a daily.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
12. Yeah. 10. Well, 15 is long. 10 is what we shoot for, and it never is that short. But so we took whatever the current number was, and we'd make those A, B, C, Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, etc. And so, as a result, for a long time, I didn't know how many episodes we had, and people recognized when we reached 100 on the number counting, but that wasn't necessarily episode 100, and 200 definitely wasn't 200. And then we got up to episode, quote unquote, episode number 500. And what happened there was, so we were all ready to do, we were planning to do something special for 500. And we had some plans in the making, and it was going to fall right about Sun and Fun in 2020.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. All right.
How'd that work out for you, Jack?
And so when Sun and Fun didn't happen and the pandemic hit, we were trying to decide what to do about episode 500 and making a big deal out of it. And we said, let's just punt. Let's just pretend that it hasn't happened yet. So we went from $4.99
to 1,000.
To 1,000.
And I always thought they were going to go back and fill in 500, but that didn't happen either.
No. So now we're up to 1,000. Like I said, this afternoon will be 1,090. But I went back a couple months back, probably like 6 months or so ago, and went in and actually counted every.
Can you just count the MP3 files?
Well, that's sort of what I did, but I was a little suspicious of that, so I made sure. So I basically went into our little archive. There's a couple of different places where they're all kind of listed in one way or another, and came up with a count. And now there's a sort of a not very secret place on the show notes where it says what the count is.
Actual count. Wow.
Okay. Yeah. And
so you said you're at 790 something?
I believe 7 this afternoon will be 730.
730. Yeah. Well, And welcome, folks, to Uncontrolled Airspace, not the General Aviation podcast, where we are broadcasting live on Sun and Fun Radio. And this is episode number, let's see, we're going to call this one Sierra November Romeo 1. Actually, Sierra November Foxtrot.
There we go.
Sierra November Foxtrot Romeo number 1.
001.
001.
Right.
Because you put Dave on a podcast.
No, I spent a lot of time thinking about this. And when we started the podcast, I spent a lot of time thinking about how to not create a Y2K problem with our episode numbers. I was kind of confident that we were going to do a fair number of episodes.
You're not going to run out of integers. They're just there are a lot of them. You can't run them out.
But because they aren't integers. It's all right, computer guy. It's a string that has digits, has alpha and numeric.
And, computers now can take 8, 9, 10 digits all in a row.
I was very, very pleased.
I hate that because people's email addresses are suddenly 57 characters long.
I was very pleased a couple years in when we got to episode number 100, and I said, "See, we didn't have a Y2K problem. We have room in the numbering."
So, did you do the 1,000 just to prove that you could go to 4-digit numbers?
No. It turns out I actually did have a Y2K problem because some of the code that makes our show notes work was, as it turns out, dependent on there being only 3 digits in that number.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we went to UCAP 1000, it broke, and I had to race in.
You're not the only podcast that has that issue.
Yeah.
I've heard it from others.
Anyways, yeah.
So that's cool. So, and again, it was 2007 was your first year here on the radio station, right?
Yeah.
We did one live episode, middle of the week. Never forget, poor Jack wringing his hands, standing there and we're going here in a few minutes. Where are these guys?
Yep.
And Dave and Jeb come walking. We were across the way behind the FAA building. Dave and Jeb come walking up to the radio station, kind of from the direction of the QB building.
Kind of from the direction.
Kind of from that direction.
Ladies and gentlemen, in other words, from the bar.
And poor Jack, you guys have been drinking. And they look at us? No, you've been drinking. I know. And they went on the air, and it rocked.
It was a good episode.
And then they went to Osh that year, and EAA Radio, being EAA Radio, had to do better, so they gave them 2 episodes. So then you did 2 episodes of EAA Radio and came back. You told me that worked really well, and I said, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, we did 2 a lot, and yeah.
And in the early days of the radio station, I needed all the exposure I could get. I mean, it was me and a couple of people, and we were knocking ourselves out trying to get things going, and in comes this podcast that, oh, man, that's a great idea. And then I think the next year, the first year we moved into this building, I believe that year we did, beside you guys, we must have done 6, 7 other.
Yeah.
We were doing them 2 at a night.
It was it was definitely kind of the golden age of aviation podcasts.
It was, and they were showing up here, and they were doing them live, and then we did
and everybody brought a fan club. We brought a fan club, and the other podcasts brought fan clubs. Yeah, it was a big
and we
deal.
did the gathering, the Gathering of Aviation.
We did that
podcast,
for a couple of years,
and before we lost Launchpad, we started doing. Potapalooza South kind of thing. Now they do Potapalooza. They were doing. I don't know if they've done it at Osh now that we've lost Launchpad, but
I don't think they have.
It was an aviation podcast party.
Yeah.
It wasn't a live broadcast or anything. It was just a party. And so here we did a party on the back deck, and we did podcasts on the front deck. But our relationship has worked out to be hugely symbiotic because you talk about us, we talk about you. I bring you listeners. You bring me way more listeners than I bring you. But it's worked out. It's worked out well. Dave, I knew Dave long before you guys came on air with me. He was my flying brother. He was my camping companion. You know, I still can't believe he's gone. It's still not the same without him. You know, God rest your soul, Dave. I hope you're done. I hope you're up to laughing at us, having a cocktail and laughing at us. Which if I know Higdon, he is.
What Dave contributed, what Jack and Jeb have contributed to, has opened up aviation media to understand how to connect with people. And there are so many outlets now. The podcast is not as essential as it was.
Right.
But we taught people at big aviation companies, at the big nonprofits, how to do this, and they do. And now they're not as much relying on us. So we take credit. We give Higdon a lot of credit for that.
Yeah, I miss him. He was my brother.
And
man.
by the way, I don't think he's paying much attention to us because he's up there schmoozing with all the aviation greats. That
yeah, he's hanging out with the Wright brothers.
Yeah,
and
he's
Bessie
Every
Coleman
time
and-
somebody name dropped on this program, Dave said, "I know that guy."
Yeah, and he usually did.
And he usually did. Yep.
He usually did.
Well, he
and-
was up there talking with the Pope, and the guy in the crowd says, "Who's that guy that's standing next to Dave?"
Yep. So, I mean, I just want, it's very kind of you to say that the symbiotic relationship, and I hope it has been symbiotic because it's certainly been valuable to us.
Yeah,
and gratifying. We came to you, we came to you because Dave knew you and you guys were friends, but we knew we wanted to do an episode from here.
Right.
But I was kind of, intimidated by the idea of trying to bring enough gear to do an episode here.
You misspelled terrified.
Yeah. And so, and Higdon said, well, I know this guy who runs the radio station, and maybe he'll let us give a spot. And so I said, yeah, let's ask him. And you, I don't know how much of a hard time you gave Dave, but you let us in, and you gave us a facility, and we appreciate that a lot, and we've always appreciated it. That's why we keep coming back.
Well, if memory serves, and when it comes to this particular story, memory serves me very well. I didn't give Higdon a hard time at all, but I gave you the biggest chop busting I ever could.
Yeah.
When you first called, do I know you, sir?
Yeah. Gave
Hi,
me.
Dave. This is Jack with the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. Who?
Gave me.
Jack with the Uncontrolled Airspace Podcast. The what?
You still do every opportunity. Every opportunity.
Well, Higdon set you up. I hope
until
you know
about
that.
an hour ago, I thought I was buying all the beer for your party tonight.
Well, you are buying all the beer for our party tonight.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Remember
all right.
when I said what I was charging you for staying in my camper this week? That's going to pay for
all
the
right.
beer.
Well, you know what? It's a bargain. I'll do it. It's a done deal. Anyways.
No,
but no, we
it's
thank
worked
you.
out great.
We thank you, and we thank everybody, all of your team who've been so helpful to us and supportive to us over the years. And yeah.
And the tradition continues. We are doing a live episode of Uncontrolled Airspace, General Aviation
this
Podcast.
afternoon.
This afternoon after the Daily Air Show. And there will be a UCAP gathering, a tie-down party, whatever you want to call it. You came up with a name, and I've forgotten what
After
it was.
party. We're calling
After party.
The
that's
after
what it was.
party, right? Yeah.
There will be a UCAP after party that will be part of it. We're inviting anybody who's around tonight. Please come by Sun and Fun Radio. Join the UCAP after party.
Absolutely.
It's going to be coincidental with our Sun and Fun Radio staff appreciation party.
And that fits because it's been a two-way street. I mean, Jack has thanked you for all jet noise. We're trying to have a conversation, and we got jet noise.
What was that? Three Stooges quote? Quiet, numbskulls. We're broadcasting here.
But as much as the radio station has helped us, I noticed that we, Jack, Jeb, Dave, me, and some of the other UCAP folks have become part of the radio station.
You're
so
volunteering with us,
and so we're all family here, and it's working out really well.
And the biggest, and I don't know that I've ever even properly acknowledged and thanked you for this. The biggest thing that UCAP and Jack have ever done for me over the entire history of everything we've done together for each other, you hooked me up with Dave Pasco.
Oh, did I?
If it wasn't for you,
I'm glad
we would not be on liveatc.net. And you hooked me up with Pasco. You said, call this guy. He might be able to help you get an audio stream.
I'm glad I did that. That's Pasco's does some great
Dave,
things for you guys.
Another he's become my family.
Yeah.
Dave needed a place that everybody wanted Live ATC to cover Lakeland Airport, especially during Sun and Fun. Dave needed a place to do it. I had a space that he could do it, and I wanted to audio stream. He wanted a space. I wanted to audio stream. The Sun and Fun ended, and he said, if you want to leave a recording going, I'll leave the stream up. So literally, we have been broadcasting on Live ATC since 2010. Thanks to David. And Dave, man, I tell you what, he shows up here. He does more work at this station than I do. He puts in more hours here than I do, which is staggering. And brother, I hope you're listening. I hope you made it home safe. He had to go home. He had business. He had to take care of it. He was here until yesterday.
Yep.
But so tomorrow evening, special episode of UCAP.
This evening.
I'm sorry. You're right. Tomorrow
Today
evening,
is Saturday,
we're all going
April
home.
13th. For
I'm
those
thinking
listening.
it's Friday. I'm thinking it's Friday. Yes, this is being brought. Well, no, it's not actually Saturday. Jim. They're watching reruns on YouTube.
Okay.
It's not Saturday. It's November.
It's November, right?
They're losing their Sun and Fun fix.
As
so.
we record this, it's April. I don't know when you're listening to it.
Jim Goldman, relatively, you volunteered with me in the past, but you've been with me all week. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. My pleasure. It's
Jack Hodgson, Uncontrolled Airspace. Thank you so much. You've been with me all week as well. Thank you for. You came in a day late, but there was an eclipse to go to.
Yeah, I had to see the eclipse.
And we thank you for showing up.
You're
and
very
I'm
welcome.
glad we're able to accommodate, and glad you're able to. Just telling me he's lonely in the camper because I'm actually going home at night instead of staying in the camper. But. Thank you all for being here. Thank everybody. I mean, I appreciate everything all of my staff do, as aggravated as I get with myself sometimes. And I am Dave Shellbitter. I am the chairman of Sun and Fun, the volunteer chairman of Sun and Fun Radio. You can reach us, snfradio@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. I'm sure we've got an air show about started, so go ahead, Mr. Engineer, and take us to the air show. We'll talk to you in the morning, or tonight.
Tonight.